Father, as we gather here today, we come with grateful hearts, and we want you to know how thankful we are for the opportunities that are afforded to us in not only our lives and everything that we do, but in the livestock industry. We ask that you put forward good faith and spirits with all of our exhibitors, and that you just calm the hearts and let everyone compete in a fashion that is pleasing to you. As we move forward through the rest of the weekend and close this amazing event, we just ask many blessings upon all the families that have supported, all the volunteers that have participated, and we just ask that everything that we do in glorifying you and your name. And it's in your precious name that we pray. Amen. Would you please stand for the national anthem? I'd like to go ahead and introduce our MC for today, our Master of Ceremonies. We have Mr. H.R. Scott. He is from Monongalia County, that borders Preston County here, and he is a retired extension agent. And we are just very, very blessed with him agreeing to endure the marathon of this show weekend. And the Preston County Livestock Association is just very blessed with being able to host this event for all of you. So we're going to go ahead and kick everything off, and thank you all for coming.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting here with our sheep showmanship, senior showmanship, class 1. In the ring, we have Trina Mala, Laura Hayes, Megan Zippich, Ella Warrens, Kyra Rinker. Livestock and Tibbetts Livestock Judging, and numerous others around the country. He's currently overseeing the operations at a different farm right now, and he has placed top 5 7 times as a 4-H and FFA state live judging contest. He was 2 times a national livestock judging qualifier. He was 6th highest sheep and goat individual at NAIL collegiate judging contest, and he's judged at several state affairs and associations around the country. We'll fill you in on those later. Let's welcome Boone Smith to West Virginia.
Again, a really, really good class of senior showmen out here. Really excited to see where the top end of this one goes ahead and fits in with the one that we previously judged as we bring them back in for an overall senior showman. Again, individuals that come out here and just have a certain presence about them. Each of them have their own way of going about things and doing it to a very, very high level. With that being said, I do think that there are some individuals out here that are very, very good. I love their body placement, love their posture, love their intensity, but most importantly, I love their ring awareness. They know where that sheep needs to be at all times. They know where I'm at all times, and they know how to get the absolute most out of that sheep. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the group that I like best.
Out of Class 2, coming back around the back in the ring for our championship drive is Avery Adams, Graceland Moncroft, and Emily Schellenberg. They will be joined by Trina Mallow, Laura Hayes, and Ella Warrens. That will be the final drive for our senior division.
wow, we dropped these individuals out here for an overall senior showman, and I couldn't be more impressed with the lineup of showmen I have out here. Definitely individuals that I think off of either end of the ring are ones that I would be more than pleased to have show for me. These are showmen that would definitely be competitive at any level, including the national level. With that being said, there's a young lady out here that maybe did things to the next level, and I'm thoroughly impressed with her ability to connect with that sheep and act in a symbiotic kind of fashion. No matter when I looked over at her, she had that sheep absolutely presented to the nines. Feet and leg placement is so precise. Her intensity is spot on. Her body posture and placement is awesome on this sheep. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the showman I like best. Definitely gets a bit more competitive as we talk between reserve and therefore on down. But yet I think there is a young lady out here that again fits the bill, one that I would be more than pleased to have show for me, and really what separated her from the one that goes ahead and wins this particular division was just foot placement a couple of times, and that just comes down to the behavior of the lamb. She maybe wanted to act up on her a few times, dance around as I was transitioning and trying to catch all views of the sheep, but her ability to stay cool, calm, and collected and get that sheep corrected in a timely and efficient manner was equally as impressive to me. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll go ahead and then just show you reserve on down.
In our senior drive, your champion senior showman went to Ella Warrens. Your reserve champion is Laura Hayes. Third is Graceland Moncroft. Fourth is Emily Schillenberg. And fifth, Trina Mallett. We now go to class number 3, our intermediate showmanship. We have 3 classes in this division. We're looking for Chris Blosser, Brina Bischoff, Layla Myers, Colson Manga, Dalton Fry, Colton Tasker, Luke Zippich.
We drop down an age group here, but I certainly don't think we take any sort of detriment in terms of the quality of showmen out here. Again, these guys' presence and intensity is really, really good in my mind. Excuse me. I love their ring awareness and how they're always aware of how their sheep looks to me and where I'm at within the ring. I think foot and leg placement is awesome. Efficiency is awesome. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the group that I want to come back.
Our Class 3 returning will be Brenna Bischoff, Layla Myers, Colson Manco, and Colton Tasker. In Class 4, should be coming into the ring next, Bailey Hilton, Blake O'Neill, Maddie Vincenki, Holly Barnes, Brooklyn Castile, Garrett Moncroft.
I know it maybe sound a little bit redundant here on the mic, but again, an awesome group of showmen out here, ones that I think maybe differ a little bit in terms of their style and how they go about things, but yet ones that do their job and do it quite well. With that being said, I do think that there are a handful of individuals out here certainly deserving to come back out for an overall showman. So let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the group I want to come back.
We will have returning back to Class 4, Bailey Hilton, Maddie Vincenski, Bailey Hilton, Holly Barnes, Brooklyn Castile, those three. Now we have class number 5, Elizabeth Witt, Harley Oswood, Ty Hebner, Peyton Edwards, Autumn Custer, Maddie McClure, Kaylee West.
A little bit bigger class to round out our age division here, but a quality one nonetheless, and I think the top end of this one is very, very good. Same thing can be said for these individuals as the ones prior. Intensity, show ring awareness, precision, efficiency. You can tell the ones that have put in the work at home, so I applaud them for that. So if you will, let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the ones I like the best.
In Class 5, we have returning Harley Oswood, Ty Hebner, Autumn Custer, and Kaylee West. Joining them in the ring will be Brina Bischoff, Layla Myers, Colson Manco, Colton Tasker, Bailey Hilton, Holly Barnes, Brooklyn Castile. They'll make up our final drive for our championship in our intermediate showmanship.
I was going to apologize for maybe taking a nickel longer on this particular class, but I don't think I will. You know, I think it speaks very highly on you guys and you guys as a state and as a whole that I was able to come out here and they gave me the go-ahead to pick as many as I felt fit to come back out for an overall drive, and to have this number of showmen able and qualified to come back for an overall or junior drive is truly impressive in my mind. With that being said, within this group of individuals, there's a lot of variance in terms of styles. There's a lot of variances in terms of intensity and how they go about things, but yet I'm able to, I hope that I'm able to recognize each of those within their own right and maybe find the ones that fit me the best. And I guess that's what I'll leave you with this particular class is it's one judge's opinion on one particular day. I don't want to take anything away from you guys as a whole because you guys are very, very good. And I want you guys to walk out of the ring today and remember that as you come back for the show later on. You guys are able to get these things presented to the nines. There's just a few showmen out here that maybe hit me a little harder. So let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the 5 that I like best.
In our intermediate championship drive, your champion went to Harley Oswood. Your reserve champion went to Bailey Hilton. Third went to Brooklyn Castile. Fourth went to Brina Bischoff. And fifth went to Layla Myers. We now have in the ring, we're starting our junior division. Landon Uphold, Kenley Ritchie, Phoebe Pennell, Cameron Hayes, Lee Custer, and Katie Kaiser.
Another really, really good class of showmen. Ones that I think, especially for their age, they are tremendously just progressive and advanced in terms of their skill level. And to be honest with you, I'd be awfully excited to see how these guys continue to continue to improve as they continue through their careers, because I think the ceiling is very, very high on these individuals. With that being said, I do think that there are a handful out here that do it to just a nickel higher of a degree. Let's join me in giving them a big round of applause. I'll show you ones I want to come back.
In our first class in the junior division, returning will be Phoebe Pennell, Cameron Hayes, Lee Custer, and Katie Kaiser. We now move on to Class 7, Kaylee Carpenter, Payson Varner, Carter Bolyard, Laura Stemple, J.C. McKinney, Tia Hebner. this time, we'd like to recognize our sponsors that help make this show available. And if you have the opportunity to support them throughout the year, we would greatly appreciate that. In our Platinum category, the Preston County Livestock Association, Stone Paving, Stone Asphalt, Grant County Mulch, Wagner Septic Service, Prodigy, Nicholas Enterprises, Affordable Signs Unlimited, our Costco Aggregates, Lubricent HNA, Titan Roofing, LP Mineral, Lowe's of Oakland, Bates Recycling, Spike's Chimney Sweep, Glenn LaRue, and Modern Homestead. Those were all on the platinum level. On our gold level, Senator Randy Smith, Anderson Excavating, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund, Triple P Meats, Transova Genetics, Stone Backflow Services, Farm Credit of the Virginias, Clear Mountain Bank, Shop and Save Express, Mountain State Event Solutions, Pullis Seal Coating, White House Cattle, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing, LLC, Phillips Livestock, 4D Roofing, First United Bank, Ace Aggregates, Mike's Towing, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Stone Farms, Preston Contractors, and Ball Auction Incorporated. On our silver level, we had Westmar Angus, Triple C Angus, the Miley Legal Group, and Schrock Farm Equipment. Please take time to support these individuals as they make it so we can do this for the youth at this show. We also have Friends of Ag that help support us in several other ways. We have the Meadowview Farm Supply, Preston County FFA, Preston County Farm Bureau, Insurance Centers, Pretzel Arena, Middletown Tractor, Comfortable Living Properties, AJ and Jessica Bananowitz, Delphine Land and Cattle, Ingalls Show Pig, Tri-State Insurance Group, Jenkins Family Farm, Del Ridge Farm LLP, Gertzel Farms LLC, and France Farms. These are also valuable supporters of the show. Thank you.
Again, another group of showmen out here that are just truly progressive and advanced in terms of their skill set, and ones that I think in terms of their future, it's so bright. Each and every one of these exhibitors do things incredibly well. With that being said, there are a couple out here that maybe do it to a higher degree. Join me in giving them another big round of applause. I'll show you the couple I want to come back.
In class number 7, returning Kaylee Carpenter, Laura Stemple, and Tia Hebner. We now move on to Class 8 in our junior division. Kylie Richards, London Castile, Aiden Wetzel, Claire Foley, Kylie Frankhauser, Sawyer Wilkins.
Another very, very excellent class is showmen out here. Ones that are individuals that are definitely varying in terms of their styles of showmanship and levels of intensity, but you can tell that the work's been put in at home, and these kids know their animals incredibly, incredibly well. With that being said, I think there are a couple out here that I would like to see come back and compete for an overall showman. Join me in giving them another big round of applause.
In class number 8, we have returning Kylie Richards, London Castile, Aiden Wetzel, Sawyer Wilkins. Moving on to class 9, in our junior showmanship, Callie Kaiser, Haley Roy, John Dietz, Caitlin Kelly, Allie Sanders, Scarlett Hayes.
At the risk of sounding a bit redundant, another really, really good group of showmen. Ones that, to be entirely honest, I am thoroughly impressed at just the level of showmen that you guys have across the board. Individuals that are really smooth, really efficient, and ones that know their animals incredibly well. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the two that I like the best.
In class number 9, returning will be Callie Kaiser, Haley Roy. Last class in this division, class 10, Paxton Miller, Aubrey Stemple, Waylon Wilkins, Carmen Knotts, Tori Hevner, Maylee Hayes.
Last but not least, group of showmen within this particular division, and I think there are a couple individuals within this particular class that come out here and just, for lack of better terms, mean business. You can see it in their You can see it in their face. You can see it in their actions and mannerisms. These kids are out here to win. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'll show you the group I want to come back.
In this class, we have returning Paxton Miller, Waylon Wilkins, Carmen Knotts. They'll be joining these individuals in our final drive. Phoebe Pennell, Cameron Hayes, Lee Custer, Katie Kaiser, Kaylee Carpenter, Laura Stemple, Tay Hefner, Kylie Richards, London Castile, Aiden Wetzel, Sawyer Wilkins. Kaylee Kaiser, Haley Roy, Scarlett Hayes. That will be our final drive in our junior showmanship.
I think you guys as parents, as exhibitors, and more importantly as a state should be just thoroughly impressed and proud of yourselves for the level and quality of showmen you guys have brought out here today. You know, this age division callback list is bigger than most age divisions at a lot of state fairs, and I commend you guys for that. With that being said, someone once told me that first impressions are everything, and sometimes they can be hard to shake, and that becomes very, very true as you come through the show ring, and especially in showmanship. A lot of times my first impression of you, of that lamb, is what sticks with me and is going to stick with me not only the rest of the day, but as I board the plane tomorrow morning and head back to Wisconsin. That'll be what I remember. So as you continue to progress throughout today, keep that in mind. The moment you hit that ring, whether it looks like it or not, I'm watching. You guys do a great job. Don't take it to heart if you don't make this top 5. I think top to bottom, the back, you guys are very, very good, and you should carry that with you throughout the rest of your careers. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the 5 I like best.
Results of our junior champion showmanship drive. Your champion goes to Paxton Miller. Reserve champion goes to Phoebe Pennell. Third, Tia Hebner. Fourth, Carmen Knotts. And fifth, Kylie Kaiser. Now we move to our Pee Wee League. We got 4 classes in this group. In the ring now we have Connor Nelson, Addison Rodenhaver, Wade Yost, Sadie Funk, Brady Ditz, and Brian Foley.
as we transition into our youngest age group, I certainly wish I could take each and every one of these individuals and bring them back for a drive. But with that being said, I think that at this stage of the game, the work at home becomes at the utmost importance. You can tell that each and every one of these individuals have put in the work at home, maybe just to some varying degrees. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll grab the couple I want to come back.
Returning out class number 11, Addison Rodenhaver, Wade Yost, and Ryan Foley. In class number 12, Callie Stemple, Jocelyn Stewart, Callie Tennant, Gracie Hedrick, Colton Wetzel, Kendall Roy.
truly impressive as we continue through our youngest age division. Some individuals that I remember where I was at that stage of the game, and they were light years beyond me. So my hat's off to you guys for that. With that being said, I do think that there are a couple individuals out here that are very, very good. Years beyond their age in terms of knowledge, years beyond their age in terms of skill set. Let's give these kids a big round of applause because they most certainly are deserving.
In class number 12, returning will be Kylie Stemple, Jocelyn Stewart, Gracie Hedrick, and Kendall Roy. We now have coming into the ring class 13, Maddie Grace Nesselrod, Hannah Taylor, Mason Walls, Jonathan Frankhauser, Wyatt Bailey. For those of you who might be getting a little hungry already, the Mountain State Barbecue is ready and rolling. They got various meals from chicken wings, barbecue, pulled pork, hot dogs out in the far end of the field across from the barns. Also here in the concession stand and right beyond the arena, we got the Portland coffee with all kinds of sweets and delicious cinnamon rolls. So please stop by and help yourself.
really nice group of showmen, and I thought for a second there we were going to see a pretty neat little trick in terms of letting go of the sheep and setting the legs one by one. But I guess that just shows the amount of work that's gone into these sheep before they've showed up here to the show today, and I commend these kids for that. With that being said, I do think there are a couple out here that are very good. A couple out here I think are deserving of coming back. Let's give each and every one of these kids a big round of applause.
In our Class 13, returning will be Maddie Grace Nesselrod and Hannah Taylor. Our last class in this division of showmanship, coming into the ring, Lydia Funk, Heidi Yost, Presley Richards, Brooke Taylor, Megan Frankhauser.
Re- Another really good crew is showmen, ones that are incredibly knowledgeable about their projects, and you can tell they're out here having fun. You know, they enjoy working with their animals. They enjoy putting in the time at home, and it shows. So let's give these kids one last big round of applause as we kind of conclude our heats of showmanship.
Returning out of Class 14, Presley Richards, Brooke Taylor. They will join for our final drive Addison Rodenhaver, Wade Yost, Ryan Foley, Callie Stemple, Jocelyn Stewart, Gracie Hedrick, Kendall Roy, Maddie Grace Nesselrod, Hannah Taylor. This will make our final showmanship drive for the Pee Wee.
Wow. Can we get a big round of applause for all these individuals out here? I think they're most certainly deserving. Again, I cannot reiterate how impressive it is to have this many individuals in a callback class for a division. You guys have done a tremendous job at home working with these animals. You guys have done a tremendous job creating that kind of bond that it takes to be successful in the show ring, and my hat's off to you guys for that. With that being said, I won't take too much more time here in showmanship. I know we got a show to get through today. Let's give these kids one last big round of applause. I'll wrap up showmanship with your top 5 Pee Wee showmen.
In our Pee Wee division, your champion showman went to Gracie Hedrick. Your reserve champion went to Jocelyn Stewart. Third place went to Maddie Grace Nesselrod. Fourth, Kendall Roy. And fifth, to Callie Stemple. This concludes our showmanship. We'll move into our market classes. This is our lightweight market class. We have 5 classes here. In our lightweights, we're looking at Scarlett Hayes, Caitlin Kelly with 2 entries, and Scarlett Hayes with another entry.
really nice lightweight class to go ahead and start off our market lamb show today. And I think the one that wins the class did so relatively handily in my mind. This is a sheep that when you read this one on down the road with a few more groceries in it, you like this one a great deal. I love this one's pattern from the side. I think this one lays its blade in incredibly well to the front side of its skeleton. It's maybe not the most opened up at the top side of its skeleton at the moment, but its edges sit right. Love its dimension from stifle to stifle. That one's got a bright future ahead of it. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. This is probably the most opened up pound for pound sheep of this particular class. Really shapely up high, really dynamic in terms of its lower leg as you step in behind it. For me, this one's just too raw in terms of its transition points right now. Doesn't tie into the front side of its hip quite as neat as the class winner. This is also one that gets a little bit coarser as you evaluate its lower front 1/3. Gets a little more open at the base of its blade, causes a coarser outward appearance. Very nice, too, to go ahead and lead off this particular class with. Young lady that comes out here in third, one that you really appreciate in terms of width from stifle to stifle. For me, this one just gets a little bit flatter and plainer in terms of its forerib shape. I think that only further gets accentuated as you evaluate its lower shoulder, gets more open. Not quite as neat in terms of how that ties together. And then as we round out the class, really level upper hip kind of sheep, one that patterns neat from the side. For me, this one just gets a little too easy in terms of its spine, maybe sits a little bit lower in terms of its pin set than we'd like to see. If we square this one up behind, maybe make it a little stronger out of the back side of its shoulder, it can move up in this class, stand a little more heat. Nice class to start off the day. Let's commend these kids with a big round of applause.
Our Class 1 results: first, Scarlett Hayes; second, Scarlett Hayes; third, Caitlin Kelly; and fourth, Caitlin Kelly. Now we have Class 2, Maylee Hayes, Avery Adams, Aubrey Stemple.
As we advance through our middleweights, or as we advance through our lightweights, I think the quality continues to progress with us as well. And the sheep that wins this particular class, I think, again, does so quite handily in my mind. This is the show you prospect of this particular class. Love the design of this one's front 1/3, the angle that this one's blade lays into the front side of its skeleton. This thing's got a big long neck that ties out of the top side of her shoulder. She's right in terms of her edges. Love the contour to her rib shape, one that's really dynamic as you set in behind her. And yet for one that's got that kind of look, that kind of muscle, that kind of design, you study this one in motion. And I love the utilization of her hock. I love the way that she lays her knee back in her. Very nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. Really stout, opened up kind of prospect sheep. One that, again, you really appreciate in terms of the athletic curvature to its body. For me, relative to our class winner, this is one that maybe wants to get a little bit more bunched up in terms of how she handles her hind leg. This is also one that pushes out at the base of her chest floor, gets a little bit longer in terms of her blade design. And as we round out the class, a sheep that, again, has plenty of muscularity built into it, one that's going to read with plenty of power as she transitions on down the line. Where I get challenged with this sheep is when you set it into motion. She wants to drop out in her chest floor, consequently pushing up in her spine, getting a little bit longer and coarser at the base of her blade. Very nice class. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
In our class 2, first place went to Avery Adams, second to Aubrey Stemple, third to Maylee Hayes. We now have class 3 coming in the ring. Landon Uphold, Cameron Hayes, Natalie Stemple, Claire Foley, Aubrey Stemple.
little bit more challenging class in terms of types and kinds, but the one that I opted to land on to lead this particular class is one that I just like in terms of a pattern sheep. This is one that I think reads with probably the most futurity in terms of how its front 1/3 is designed. Love the way this one's blade's laid back into it. Love the way it ties in around its front 1/3 and its neck comes out high out of the top side of its skeleton. This one patterns right in terms of its balance and underlying symmetry from the side. And yet when you step off to the side of this one or catch a 3/4 view of this one, it's got the right kind of curvature and contour to its forerib and progresses back adequately in my mind. You want to get critical of this one, wants to get a little bit rounder in terms of its hip structure right now, one that wants to get a little higher in terms of its jump muscle, but I think as we get some fat on this one, get some pounds on this one, that'll be an awfully nice project for this young man. Probably the one that patterns next best in this particular class is the young ladies in second. Again, if I could emulate the front 1/3 of this sheep, I certainly would. Love its blade design, love its neck attachment out of the top side of its skeleton. For me, this one's maybe just a rib too long in terms of a prospect, one that gets a little bit flatter and more one-dimensional in terms of its design from end to end. I think if we could crack this one open in terms of its pin set, spread it at the base of its chest floor, that'll be a nice project for that young lady. And the power sheep of this particular class, and I'm maybe a little hesitant in terms of calling a lightweight a power sheep, but I think it's a fitting label for this one, is the one that comes out here in third. Really broad, really opened up kind of sheep that's big in terms of its cage, really upstanding in terms of its shape and muscularity, up high and out through its stifle to stifle. Where I get a little more critical of this sheep is just in terms of its transition points. One that maybe gets a little bit coarser there in terms of its loin edge, one that's a little bit rounder in terms of its blade design, maybe a little quicker in terms of its maturity pattern. Nice sheep to go ahead fourth here. Again, love the front 1/3 design of this sheep, one that ties its blade in incredibly well. Maybe just isn't wanting to cooperate with this young lady quite as well today, ducking its front end a little bit. And then one that reads a little bit flatter and plainer in terms of its rib design, but still a nice project whose better days are on down the road. And as we round out the class, another sheep who I think just with some days on feed and some expansion and muscularity can afford to move up in this particular class. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Our Class 3 results. First, Landon Upholt. Second, Aubrey Stemple. Third, Natalie Stemple. Fourth, Cameron Hayes. Fifth, Claire Foley. We now have Class 4. Alex Burns, Kylie Frankhauser, Maddie McClure, Kylie Frankhauser, Leah Custer, Blake O'Neill, Callie Tennant, Bailey Hilton.
really awesome class, and certainly a top trio that I think warrants some discussion, especially between 2 and 3. But the young lady's natural colored U that wins this particular class is one that does so quite handily in my mind. Love this thing's pattern from the side, love its symmetry and balance. Study that one at the top side of its skeleton. It's incredibly good in terms of its edges, love its expression. Neat looking kind of sheep. If I want to change that one ever so slightly, it's as it transitions from its hooks out to its pins. It wants to taper and funnel ever so slightly as it makes that transition there, but that's being awfully critical on a good built, good designed sheep that's got plenty of muscularity at the top side of its skeleton and stifle to stifle. Nice place to start. And the one that most closely probably follows our class winner in terms of type and kind out of our top trio is the one that I landed on here for second. Again, one that from end to end is truly expansive. Love this one's chest floor in terms of width and just expansion. Study that one from stifle to stifle, and you love the muscularity that this one offers. Big, square up, high. Relative to my class winner, this one wants to flatten and plane in terms of its lower forerib, maybe not quite as neat in terms of its elevation at the base of its chest floor, but nice one to go second. I think the Show Lamb Prospect is the one that comes out here in third. I love this one's front 1/3 design. This one's white featured. This one's square in terms of its edges. To me, it just runs out of power and groceries to go ahead and run with the 2 ahead of it. But I tell you what, I think this one might be a force to be reckoned with on down the road. My hat's off to you, young lady, for bringing it out. Really nice sheep to go fourth here. Really big shape kind of sheep. Love the length of this one's blade. But where I get challenged with this one, and it is quite concerning, is just in terms of its knee. This is one that wants to get forward in terms of its knee. You set this one into motion, and it almost wants to forward on the young man, but still good pattern from the side. Got the right kind of muscularity to be a nice project on down the road. Really neat, well-balanced kind of sheep here in fifth. One that's so smooth in terms of its transition points. For me, this one almost reads a little bit quicker in terms of its maturity pattern. It's pushing a little bit more chub than ideal there in its elbow pocket. One that isn't quite as descript as you get up on the top side of its skeleton. Then as we round out the class, some sheep that do some things incredibly well in terms of structural and skeletal quality. We just got to open them up, make them a shot square, and power them up from end to end to move up any higher in this particular class. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Okay, on our Class 4 results, first went to Bailey Hilton, second to Leah Custer, third, Maddie McClure, fourth, Blake O'Neill, fifth, Kylie Tennant, sixth, Kylie Frankhauser, seventh, Alec Burns, and eighth, Kylie Frankhauser. We now have Class 5, our last class in our lightweight market. We're looking at Blake Kitzmiller, Sawyer Wilkinson, Clara Foley, Avery Adams, Colton Tasker, Emily Schillenberg, Natalie Stemple, and Payson Varner. exhibitors here in our lightweight, we've been informed that we will be bringing back the top 3 in each class. So you need to be ready to come back in, and they'll set you up in the ring the way they want you.
Really, really fun class of lightweights to go ahead and sort through. The sheep that I ended up landing on is one that maybe just, to me, put the most together in terms of totals. This one laser blade in incredibly well through the front third of her skeleton. Again, ties high out of the top side of her neck. But where she becomes the most impressive in terms, to me, is in terms of from her forerib back. She is really, really expansive at the top side of her skeleton, and that's courtesy. Really bold kind of contour to her forerib. Love this one's edges and squareness of loin as she transitions out through there. You step in behind this one, it's big, it's square, it's stout, and yet this one's able to travel with a tremendous amount of comfort, and I think that's actually her best look. Nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. Really, really neat kind of pattern, blue sheep from the side. One that you just have to love in terms of its balance and symmetry. Love this one's top line and just its strength of top line. To me, this one maybe just isn't quite as radical out of the backside of its shoulder. It doesn't open up quite as big and square. It's all one that as she transitions out through her pin set, she maybe wants to funnel and taper ever so slightly. But that's being awfully critical of a good pattern sheep that does a lot of things right for a blue one. Young lady that comes out here in third, this is probably the decision of this particular class is between third and fourth. And when we set them into motion, I think maybe the decision made itself. This one just stays a little bit truer in terms of its neck set, a little bit leveler in terms of its spine. Like the way that this one transitions out of the backside of its shoulder with the right kind of robust turn, one that's got plenty of spread from end to end, one that just, to me, gets a little bit lower in terms of its neck set relative to the group ahead of it, and that's certainly where I'd change this one, but nice one to go third. Same can be said for the one here in fourth. Really robust, opened up kind of sheep. To me, this one gets a little bit shorter, coarser there at the base of its neck. You set this one into motion, it wants to get more upright in its shoulder, therefore pushing out in its chest floor, rolling up in its spine just a nickel. But nice one to go fourth. And then as we round out the class, really nice show lamb prospects that are right in terms of their angles and right in terms of their skeleton. We just got to push these guys on feed, get them to stouten up, open up, and maybe come with a bit more product to run with the group ahead of them. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Our Class 5 results. First, Blake Kitzmiller. Second, Emily Schillenberg. Third, Payson Varner. Fourth, Sawyer Wilkins. Fifth, Colton Tasker. Sixth, Natalie Stemple. Seventh, Avery Adams. And eighth, Claire Foley. Now, returning for our final drive, we're looking for Scarlett Hayes, Avery Adams, Landon Uphold, Bailey Hilton, and Blake Kitzmiller. Those are all first place winners. Second, we're looking for Scarlett Hayes, Aubrey Stemple, with 2 entries, Leah Custer and Emily Schellenberg. That's your second place lambs. Third, we're looking for Caitlin Kelly, Maylee Hayes, Natalie Stemple, Maddie McClure, and Payson Varner.
Wow, what a lineup of sheep we have out here for our lightweight division. And honestly, if I think this is anything or any sort of indication for what's yet to come throughout today, I'm very, very excited. I think the quality top to bottom has been very, very good. And when we drop these class winners all the way through thirds back out here, I'm really pleased with the lineup and the group of sheep I have out here. Sheep that represent pattern, sheep that represent the right kind of muscularity to go on down the road to wherever their endpoint may be. and just be incredible projects for these individuals. And I'm truly excited to pick a top 5 in this division because I do think that there are 5 deserving of recognition. So if you would, let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the 5 I like best.
In your lightweight division, your champion went to Bailey Hilton. Reserve champion went to Blake Kitzmiller. Third went to Emily Schellenberg. Fourth went to Leah Custer. And fifth went to Payson Varner. We now have in the ring Class 6, John Dietz, Ailey Roy, Maylee Hayes, Colton Wetzel, Harley Oswood, Dalton Fry, Bailey Hilton, and Kaylee West. This starts our medium weight division, and we got 4 classes.
Man, we start off our middleweights, and I certainly think the heat has cranked up tremendously. I think there's 5 or 6 on down the line in this class that are very, very good. But the one that probably hit me the hardest as it came in the ring is the young ladies that starts off this particular class. You study this sheep, and there's really not a hole you'll poke in this one. This one's really good in terms of its front 1/3. Love the curvature to its rib as it transitions out of the backside of its shoulder, and that facilitates for a big square shape up high. Where I think this sheep is truly impressive to me and maybe a little bit tricky is when you get your hands on him over his loin edge from the side. He's not one that reads to be the big square loin edged one, but when you get your hands on that one is very, very good in that respect. You set this one into motion. I just prefer the angles to this one's joints ever so slightly relative to the one in second. Young lady sheep that ends up here in second is a big-footed, dense-featured kind of one, one that's incredibly trendy from the side. Love its pattern, love its silhouette, and yet that thing wedges incredibly good on the top side of its skeleton. Relative to my class winner, it's maybe not quite as fresh in terms of its touch and tone. And there are times when you study this one's hock and hind leg and how it utilizes it, that it wants to lock out and maybe overextend just a nickel. I think if we can fix that one up in those areas, that's a good pattern one that can run with our class winner all day. And if you want to talk about pattern, I think that's where the blue sheep in third definitely fits into this top trio and warrants a discussion in that top trio. I love this one's pattern from the side. This one's elevated at the base of its chest floor. I love the base of this one's blade and how it ties into the front 1/3 of its skeleton. It's fresh. It's good in terms of its curvature. Is it the power sheep of this particular class? No. I'd like to make it a little bigger footed, maybe give it a shot more shag, but I think that shag will come on down the road with more time and work. But still a good built sheep that is very, very nice in a top trio of lambs. And I think that's maybe where she excels over the one here in fourth. The one here in fourth is a really, really fresh handling kind of sheep. Love its touch and tone up high. To me, it's one that just sits a little bit lower in terms of its neck attachment. You study this one as you step in behind it, and it wants to flatten and plane in terms of its lower hip and stifle. I think if we can crank that one open there, give it a shot more flare, maybe extend its neck a little higher out of the top side of its shoulder, that one will be very, very good. And that's where the one coming out in fifth maybe has the advantage over the one in fourth is just in terms of pure neck set attachment. This one ties out of the top side of its shoulder. This one's dense featured. Balance is incredibly smooth from the side. For me, this one's maybe a little too smooth. I'd like to lean that one up, maybe make him a little fresher in terms of his edges as a prospect sheep with that one's weight in mind. And then as we transition on down through the rest of the class, some sheep that are long, tall, have some length and extension. We just got to go ahead and maybe crank them up in terms of their shoulder, allow them to go a little more freely in terms of their spines to move up any higher in this particular class. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Class 6 results for medium weight. First went to Harley Oswood. Second, Bailey Hilton. Third, Haley Roy. Fourth, Colton Wetzel. Fifth, Maylee Hayes. Sixth, Kaylee West. Seventh, John Dietz. And eighth, Dalton Fry. Now we go into Class 7. We're looking for Dalton Fry, Allie Sanders, Tia Hebner, Mason Walls, Kenley Ritchie, Maddie Grace Neselrod.
another really, really good class in our middleweight division. One that maybe just doesn't offer quite the depth or quite the size, but I think the quality is still there on the top end. Young ladies, whether that wins this particular class is one that, again, does so quite logically in my mind. This is the power sheep of this particular class. You study this one at the base of its chest floor as he comes right at you. This one pried apart. So it comes as no surprise that he transitions back really radical in terms of its rib shape, really hard touching at the top side of its skeleton, really square as you step in behind it. Now, if I want to get critical on this one, it's maybe a little quicker in terms of its maturity pattern. I'd like to lengthen it up in terms of its cannon bone, maybe elevate it there at the base of its chest floor. I think if we could pull some middle off of this one, it could balance up just a nickel neater from the side as well, but still a nice one to go ahead and lead off with. Really nice pattern sheep to go second here in the young lady's blue weather. This is one that I absolutely love, parked from the side. The angle and slope to this one's shoulder and knee, the set to this one's hock, allows this one to go with a tremendous amount of comfort. When you ask this one to lead, where I get critical of this one is also in motion. This one also wants to drop out at the base of its chest floor, maybe get a little bit uneasy in terms of how it handles the middle portion of its spine. You can even see it parked here, one that wants to get a little higher there in the center portion of its spine, washing its loin edge, but still a nice one to go second. Young lady sheep here in third is one that's incredibly well balanced from the side. Love how smooth this one's constructed. For me, again, this one's maybe just a nickel too smooth, gets a little softer, rolls a little softer out through its elbow pocket, not quite as descript in terms of its muscle expression at the top side of its skeleton, one that wants to get a little bit lower in terms of how it handles its front 1/3, but still a well-balanced kind of sheep that I do think has plenty of muscularity. Nice prospect kind of ewe here in fourth with the young man's ewe, one that has all the length and extension you could ask for, one that's incredibly feminine up through its front 1/3. For me, this one's just a shot too long-bodied to balance up for me today. Also, this is one that I just need to see cracked open off of either end of its skeleton to run with the group ahead of it. And then as we round out our class, some sheep that have some width, some sheep that have some muscularity, we just got to adjust their skeletons, just a nickel to go ahead and allow them to move and design and pattern with the group ahead of them, but still a very nice class. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results on Class 7. First goes to Maddie Grace Nesselrod. Second, Tia Hebner. Third, to Allie Sanders. Fourth, to Dalton Fry. Fifth, to Mason Walls. And sixth, to Kenley Ritchie. Now we're looking at Class 8 coming into the ring. Callie Stemple, Ty Hebner, Megan Zippich, Maddie McClure, Luke Zippich, Kylie Richards, Cameron Hayes, Brady Deeds, Maddie Vasinski.
Another very nice class here in our middleweight division. And the young man's, the sheep that wins this particular class again does so quite handily. Love this sheep from his shoulder, from his forerib back. This thing is really, really bold in terms of its forerib. I love the kind of muscularity and muscle texture it offers up high. Really big, square, and open up out through its upper hip and pin set. I think that one's plenty functional in terms of how it utilizes its joints. For me, he's maybe just a shot longer in terms of his blade design, nickel more open at the base of his blade, and that makes him a little bit coarser in terms of how his front third is constructed for me. But that's being awfully nitpicky on a good one to win this particular class. And that's maybe where the U in second beats this one, or maybe has the advantage, if you will, is in terms of shoulder blade design. This one lays in at a little bit neater of an angle. That allows its shoulder to tie, or neck to tie higher out of the top side of its shoulder. Where I get critical of this one is in terms of its length of cannon. This one's a little bit shorter and quicker in terms of its maturity pattern. You study this one from the side. She wants to push in her loin edge and kick up in her hip and dock just ever so slightly. I think if we can level her out there, make her a bit smoother in terms of her transition points, that one can push our class winner. Young ladies, the sheep that goes and ends up third in this particular class is one that I think just fits there nicely for me. One that's not overwhelming in any one aspect, but a sheep that balances up and patterns well from the side. It's got squareness up high. It does have muscle as you step in behind it. It's one that maybe gets a little straighter in terms of its hock, one that's just not quite as tricked out in terms of its front 1/3. Nice one to go third. Young man's weather prospect here in fourth is another one that I think has a bright future ahead of it, one that balances up well from its forerib back. For me, it's just its front 1/3 that challenges me. Wants to sit a little lower in terms of how it ties its blade, pushes its neck forward out of the front side of its shoulder. I think if we could readjust that one there and push that one's neck out of the top side of its shoulder, that one pushes up for third. Young lady sheep here in fourth, in fifth, is one that patterns up again really well from the side. Love this one's neck attachment. For me, this one gets just too unidimensional off either end of its skeleton, goes at the base of its chest floor, narrow in terms of its pin set. And when you study this one directly behind, I'd like to square this one's hock up ever so slightly. It wants to pressurize on the outside of its hoof wall, consequently rolling out in its hock. Then as we round out the class, some sheep that have some roundness of body, some muscularity. For me, we just got to square them up, maybe make them a shot more unique in terms of their design to roll up any higher in this class, but still very good sheep, very good prospects. Let's give these kids a hand for their efforts.
Our results on Class 8. First, Ty Hebner. Second, Maddie Vasinski. Third, Kylie Richards. Fourth, Luke Zipprich. Fifth, Megan Zipprich. Sixth, Cameron Hayes. Seventh, Brady Dietz. Eighth, Maddie McClure. And ninth, Callie Stemple. So our last class in our medium weights, we're looking for Layla Mars, Isaiah Aish, Carmen Knotts, Addison Rodenhaver, Connor Nelson, Tori Hebner, Dalton Fry, and Paxton Miller.
wow, what a class of sheep. And I think the depth in this particular class has arguably been as exciting as we've seen all day as we transition up into some of these heavier middle weights. The one that I land off with isn't the biggest or the stoutest sheep in this particular class, but again, in terms of totals, I like what this one does for me. This one balances up incredibly good from the side. Study her blade angle, and that is so neat in terms of how that allows her shoulder to tie, or neck to tie high out of her shoulder. Really love the big square shape she offers out of the back side of it. And then as she transitions back all the way out into her pin set, she's big, she's stout, she's square. You set her into motion, you like it a great deal. She perches that neck way high on the top side of her skeleton, and she just stays so loose and comfortable out here. Take nothing away from the young man's weather out here in second. Again, one that I think is way, way good. Love the density of feature this one offers at the ground. Again, this one's super comfortable in terms of its joint work. And from its forerib back, I think this one is absolutely lethal. Really big and broad at the top side of its skeleton. Really good and dynamic at the top side of its hip. And really where it excels is in terms of the flare to its outer stifle. I think that one's awfully, awfully good. Where it challenges me relative to my class winners just at the base of its chest floor. It's maybe pushing a notch more chub there, maybe getting a little more pronounced in terms of its sternum, but that's being awfully nitpicky on a good one. Arguably the best designed one of the class is the one that comes out here in third. I mean, you could emulate and copy this one's front 1/3 into every sheep you create. I think you could have an awfully good thing going. I love how this one's blade ties into the front 1/3 of its skeleton. However, relative to the group ahead of it, just gets a shot more concave in terms of its forerib, a little flatter in terms of its design from stifle to stifle. As we move on down here into fourth, another really big, stout, powerful sheep, one you love from its forerib back, but for me, just gets a little frailer in terms of its foreleg and forearm, one that just isn't the neatest in terms of how it handles the base of its chest floor and maybe where it's starting to develop some of that chub, but from there back, a good sheep, nice one to go fourth. Young man's here in fifth, really good extended kind of sheep. Love that one's neck attachment for me. Just gets a shot too long bodied. Struggle to make that one balance up. Maybe a little rounder in terms of its upper hip. Then as we round out the class, some sheep that have some width, some sheep that have some spread. We just got to adjust how their skeletons are designed. Maybe make them a little better in terms of their maturity patterns, adjust where they're at within their own growth curve. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
In our Class 9, first went to Paxton Miller, second Isaiah Eiche, third to Carmen Knotts, fourth to Layla Myers, fifth to Dalton Fry, sixth to Addison Rodenhaver, seventh to Tori Hebner, and eighth to Connor Nelson. Now coming back in for our champion middleweight, we're looking for the following: first place, Harley Oswood, Maddie Grace Nesselrod, Ty Hebner, and Paxton Miller. In the second place slot, we're looking for Bailey Hilton, Tia Hebner, Maddie Vincinski, and Isaiah Eiche. In third, we're looking for Haley Roy, Allie Sanders, Kylie Richards, and Carmen Knotts.
We drop out these middleweight class winners and all the way down through third in their particular respective classes. And again, I could not be more pleased with the lineup of sheep I have out here. Sheep that, again, represent the right kind of muscularity, the right kind of skeletal build, and the right kind of skeletal quality and look from the side, and ones that read with the right kind of futurities to hit their appropriate endpoints. That being said, I do think that there were some individuals out here that came out of maybe a shade deeper of a class, maybe a shade more competitive of a trio or a top trio or four. So let's put our hands together, and I'll show you the top 5 within your middleweight division.
In our medium weight, your champion was exhibited by Paxton Miller. Your reserve was exhibited with Isaiah Aish. Your third place went to Harley Oswood. Fourth place went to Bailey Hilton. And fifth place went to Ty Hebner. In the ring, we have heavyweights. We're looking at Carter Bolyard, Wade Yost, Brenna Bischoff, Chris Blosser, London Castle, Kaylee Carpenter, Elizabeth Witt, and Jocelyn Stewart. Sorry, my correction, my mistake. I went one class too far. We have class 10 in the ring, which is Maddie Grace Nesselrod, Peyton Edwards, Addison Rodenhaver, Aiden Wetzel, Blake Kitzmiller, Laura Stemple, Phoebe Pennell, Kenley Ritchie, and Haley Roy.
Really fun class to go ahead and start off our heavyweight division in our market show. And the young ladies, that ends up winning this particular class, in my mind, is very, very good. I love this thing painted up from the side. Really, really good in terms of its underlying balance and symmetry. Love the construction of its front 1/3. And when you get your hands on this one, it certainly doesn't disappoint. Maybe if you want to get critical of this one, you'd like to see her just a nickel smoother in terms of how she transitions out of the rear side of her loin edge and into the front side of her hip. But that's being awfully critical of a good one to go ahead and lead off with. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. If you want to call lamb, the fat steer, the power sheep kind of sheep, when this one's parked, that one covers those bases. You study this one out of the back side of its shoulder. This thing is broad, this thing is expansive, and that makes for a really big shape up high. You study this one behind, it's big, it's stout, it's square in terms of its pin set. Where I get more challenged with this one is just reading where this one is in terms of its maturity pattern. It's one that's maybe pushing a nickel a chub there at the base of its chest floor. One that I'd like to see just a shot better in terms of its length of cannon as that one progresses on down the line. Really, the prospect sheep in this particular class is a young man's here in third. This one's got a bright future ahead of it. Just think it needs to start putting the pieces together, and with a little bit of fat, I think this one most certainly will do so. Love this one's balance from the side. For me, he just doesn't quite tie or right now he's not just quite as neat at the base of his chest floor. He's not quite as good in terms of his transition points, but that one has a bright future ahead of him. Young man's here in fourth. Really neat designed kind of sheep, one who's square in terms of its edges, one who balances up incredibly well from the side. For me, he just maybe doesn't wow me in any one aspect to go ahead and run with the group ahead of him. He's not quite as just radical in terms of his shape. He's not quite as bold in terms of the curvature contour to his forerib. I think if we could trick that one's front end out, that would do him a heck of a lot of good. Young ladies here in fifth, really big-ended kind of sheep that's got plenty of power. Got to adjust how that one utilizes its hock, smooth that one out in terms of its transition points. Same can be said for the sheep on down the line. Sheep that have plenty of width, plenty of power built into them, we just got to smooth them out, make the shot neater in terms of their design as we study them on the profile. Very nice class. Let's give these kids a big round of applause for their efforts.
Our results on Class 10. First place went to Phoebe Pennell. Second, Maddie Grace Nesselrod. Third, Blake Kitzmiller. Fourth, Aiden Wetzel. Fifth, Haley Roy. Sixth, Peyton Edwards. Seventh, Addison Rodenheaver. Eighth, Kenley Ritchie, and ninth, Laura Stemple. Now we got Class 11 in the ring. We're looking at Carter Bowyard, Wade Yost, Brenna Bischoff, Chris Blosser, London Castile, Kaylee Carpenter, Elizabeth Witt, Jocelyn Stewart.
Another really interesting class to go ahead and sort through in our heavyweight division, and maybe not just one that surfaced to the top of the class naturally, but the more you get these out here and study, this one that leads off this particular class, the more you realize he's kind of the fault-free sheep of this particular class. Really enjoy this one's front 1/3. I think he's comfortable in terms of how his skeleton's built. He wedges with a tremendous shape up high. Love that one as you step in behind him. Where I get a little critical of that one is maybe in the utilization of his hind leg. He maybe wants to camp that hock up under him ever so slightly, but that's being a awfully critical of a good sheep that puts together quite a few totals in my mind. The really intriguing sheep of this particular class, and probably the problem sheep for me in this particular class, is the one that comes out here in second. This one from his forerib back is way, way good. Love how big and broad he is there. Love how just absolutely upstanding and square he is at the top side of his skeleton. And when you step in directly behind this one, he is square and he is overwhelming. Where I get a little critical of this one, he wants to get a little easier in terms of his spine. He's maybe a little more open there at the base of his blade, and that attributes to a nickel coarser look from the side. I think if we can lay that one in a little neater there at the base of its chest floor, that one could go ahead and win this class and do so for fun. Young ladies, you that comes out here in third is one that I think, again, patterns incredibly well from the side. Really love the sweep and balance to her underline. Love the symmetry that she matches it with up high. For me, this is one that just wants to taper as she transitions from her hooks to her pins. Gets a little narrower at the top side of her hip or out of her dock. It is also one that just I can't quite get the piece together for me from the side with the right kind of shape and balance. Still a nice one to go third. Young ladies here in fourth. Really big-ended, powerful kind of sheep that runs the right direction in terms of elevation relative to the group ahead of it. Just gets too nondescript at the top side of its skeleton at this stage of the game. Young ladies, you here in fifth. Again, one who's really big and opened up out of either end of its skeleton, one that's a little longer in terms of its blade design, consequently doesn't balance up quite as well. Really neat design kind of sheep here in as we move on down the line, the young man's weather. One you love in terms of its smoothness from the side. For me, it gets a little flatter and plainer in terms of its forerib and carries that all the way out in terms of its hip and or its lower hip and stifle. Then as we round out the class, is sheep that have some muscularity, sheep that wedge the right direction. We just got to adjust how their skeletons are constructed to move them up any higher. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Our Class 11 results: Brenna Bischoff first, second Chris Blosser, third Jocelyn Stewart, fourth London Castile, fifth Callie Carpenter, sixth Carter Bolyard, seventh Wade Yost, eighth Elizabeth Witt. We now have Class 12 in our heavyweights. We're looking for Emily Schellenberg, Trina Malla, Elizabeth Witt, Callie Carpenter, Brooklyn Castile, J.C. McKinney.
maybe not the most logical class out here within this particular set of sheep, but that's okay. And I think the one that goes ahead and leads off is one that when you study this one in motion, that's when that one's true quality comes out. When he gets into her, she maybe wants to fight him on her front end the young man's wether wants to fight on his front end ever so slightly. But when you study that one in motion, I certainly don't think he's bad there. When you study this one from his forerib back, again, this one's big, this one's opened up, broad, square, really good in terms of its transition points. Again, as I said, the one place I get a little challenged with him is just when he's propped up from the side. He wants to sink out in his chest floor, and I think that's more of an attitude issue than it is an actual skeletal issue. So I commend the young man for taking that one last lap for me. Young ladies, that comes here in second is the one that I want to call the shallow, good design sheep from the side. But when you set this one into motion, that's where this one runs into challenges. This one gets more open in terms of the lower portion of its blade, wants to drop out in its chest floor, get a little more uncomfortable and uncoordinated in its spine. But from there back, when you set this one up, again, this one's shallow. This one transitions really big and square over its loin edge. And I certainly don't think you'd call this one a sissy as you step in behind it. Very nice sheep to go ahead and sit second. Young ladies, in third is one that arguably patterns as good as any within this particular class from the side. Love this one's underlying balance and symmetry. For me, he's the one that gets the least descript at the top side of his skeleton. Step in behind him, he gets a little higher, more cut up in terms of his twist. Then as we round out the class, sheep that have the right kind of length and extension and design from the side, for me, we got to crack them open at this stage of the game. They got to start pounding and getting some muscle off of either end of their skeleton. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, though.
Results on our Class 12 heavyweight. First place went to J.C. McKinney. Second to Brooklyn Castile. Third to Trina Mala. Fourth to Emily Schellenberg. Fifth to Elizabeth Witt. Sixth to Callie Carpenter. Class 13 now coming into the ring. We're looking for Autumn Custer, Tori Hebner, Phobney Pennell, Kaylee West, Tate Mall next.
young ladies you that wins this particular class is one that I think kind of came out of the gate and told me that she wanted to win right away. She grabbed my attention. She's like, hey, let's roll, because this one's really, really good, especially within this particular class. Really love her forearm design, love the way her shoulder ties into the front third of her skeleton, and she balances incredibly well from there back. That's not to say she's perfect. She maybe gets a little bit more vertical in terms of her hind leg design than I deem ideal, but that's nitpicking, and I think in motion she utilizes it plenty fine for me. So that's a nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. Again, one who's just absolutely tricked out in terms of elevation and front 1/3 design. You study this one at the base of her chest floor. She's plenty shallow. That allows her rib cage to stay kind of more radical in terms of the contour as you study her from a 3/4 view. Where I maybe get a little more critical on this sheep is just in terms of her design from the side. As you read her lines, she's not quite as smooth in terms of her transition points at this stage of the game. She's one that wants to get a little bit washed in terms of her loin edge and sits a little bit lower there. And consequently just doesn't balance quite as well in my mind, but that's still a nice one to go second. Nice sheep here in third, one that is just absolutely massive ended, one that does have a nice square shape up high. Again, same kind of issues with this one, one that wants to wash and push in its loin ever so slightly. Also one that maybe just isn't quite as neat in terms of its front 1/3, gets a bit more pronounced there in terms of the base of its sternum, maybe just isn't quite as elevated in terms of its neck attachment. And then as we round out the class, two very, very powerful sheep, big-ended kinds of sheep. We just got to make them a nickel neater in their design to roll with the group ahead of them. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Class 13 results. Phoebe Pannell is first. Second is Autumn Custer. Third is Kaylee West. Fourth is Tori Hebner. And fifth is Tate Molinex. We got one entry in Class 14, and that's Tate Molinex.
Really big muscled, rugged design kind of sheep out here in our heavyweight division. A single entry that certainly could stand some competition within a class of its peers, if you will. But yet, I appreciate the young man for bringing it out. Certainly it'll be interesting to see how this one fits into our heavyweight drive. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Tate received first. He'll be returning. In our heavyweights now, we're looking for Phoebe Pannell, Brenna Bischoff, J.C. McKinney, and Phoebe Pannell, and Tate Molinex. That'll make up your first place. Second place, we're looking for Maddie Grace Nesselrod, Chris Blosser, Brooklyn Castile, Autumn Custer. And in third place, we're looking for Blake Kitzmiller, Jocelyn Stewart, Trina Mala, Kaylee West.
really, really good group of heavyweights out here that are maybe approaching their target weight or their target show quite rapidly, and I applaud them in doing so because I think they, for the most part, they are on the right track. These sheep, again, have the right kind of muscularity in my mind. They fit me incredibly well in terms of their build and design from the side, and yet they still come with some of those extra intangibles that we look for in a show lamb. With that being said, I kind of have my mind made up how I want to go about selecting my top 5. Would you join me in congratulating each and every one of these exhibitors?
Okay, your results in your heavyweight is your champion went to Phoebe Panel. Reserve went to Maddie Grace Nesselrod. Third went to Phoebe Panel. Fourth went to Brenna Bischoff, and fifth went to Blake Kitzmiller.
We dropped these first through thirds out in their respective divisions, and again, I think it's an incredible lineup of sheep. I think each division came with an essence of depth and just true quality, and I think that speaks very highly of your youth and very highly of your state, and I commend you guys for that. With that being said, I know we have a breeding sheep show to get through as well, so I'll keep my comments brief here and maybe make a few more once we transition into the breeding side of things. But if you would, let's give these market lamb exhibitors one last big round of applause, and I'll show you the 5 I like best in the order that I like them.
All right, our overall champion was Paxton Miller. Overall reserve was Bailey Hilton. Third place went to Phoebe Pennell, I'm sorry. Fourth went to Maddie Grace Nesselrod, and fifth went to Blake Kitzmiller. We're now moving into the Weather Dam Show. This is Class 1. Ryan Foley, Kylie Frankhauser.
Really nice way to lead off the Weather Dam show here with the young man in the blues. One that I think is really, really good in terms of the shape to her body. I love just the way she ties her, love the length of blade and how that, excuse me, how her front 1/3 is designed and how it transitions back with the right kind of balance and symmetry and sweep to its underline. If I want to get a little critical on her, I'd like to relax in her spine, maybe make her a little truer and square in terms of where she positions her hock as you step in directly behind her. And I think that's maybe where the one in second rivals are, is right there in terms of just genuine squareness, like that one's hock position, like that one's back and shape up high. For me, that one just reads too dry out of the backside of her shoulder, maybe a little bit too reversed in terms of her proportions as you read her from the side. Also like to shorten that one up in terms of her blade, just a nickel. Very good class.
In Class 1, Rylan Foley was first. Second was Kylie Frankhauser. Now we have Class 2, Hannah Taylor, Peyton Edwards, Kira Rinker, Emily Schellenberg, Gracelyn Moncrief, Lindy Funk, Bailey Hilton, Kaylee Tennant, and Gracie Hedrick.
really fun set of weather dams to go ahead and sort through, but I think the one that leads off, again, does so quite handily in my mind. I love this one's design from the side. I think in terms of genuine or generating potential, this one, the sky's the limit with this one. This thing is absolutely geek-necked. This one's chest floor is non-existent, and when you study this one's dimensions and balance and symmetry from the side, this one's very, very good. You step off either end, and you're certainly not disappointed from a spread and muscularity standpoint. Nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. Really big, stout, opened up kind of you. One that's going to throw an absolute pile of muscle and generate sheep that are just cracked open and stout. Where I maybe get a nickel more critical of this one relative to my class winner is just at the base of its shoulder. Wants to get a little more open and coarse. Study that one as it transitions from its hooks to its pins, and it wants to taper and funnel to its dock ever so slightly. But nice one to go second. A lot of the same can be said for the one here in third, maybe just a little bit smoother version of that one, one that blends together really well from the side, one that you really have to appreciate in terms of its squareness up high. You get critical of that one, especially as she transitions from her hooks out through her dock. She's one that also maybe just isn't quite as unique in terms of where her neck ties out of the top side of her shoulder, but a nice one to go third. Young ladies here in fourth, really high tying kind of sheep, one who's got all the width and spread you could ask for in terms of cage. For me, this one gets a little rawer in terms of her transition points, not quite as neat there at the base of her chest floor. Here in fifth, really big shape kind of ewe that needs to see the right kind of buck, one that's cracked open off of either end of its skeleton, just way too quick in terms of her maturity pattern, gets a little shorter in terms of her cannon bone, wants to roll out and get a little bit more bow-legged in terms of where she places her hock. And then as we roll on down through the rest of the class, sheep that have the right kind of design, sheep that have the right kind of pattern to be great females, great functional females in a herd, just need more groceries, just need more time on feed to roll up any higher in this particular class.
In class number 2, the winner was Bailey Hilton. Second went to Graceland Moncrief. Third went to Gracie Hedrick. Fourth went to Emily Schellenberg. Fifth to Peyton Edwards. Sixth to Hannah Taylor. Seventh to Callie Tennant. Eighth to Kira Rinker. Ninth to Liddy Funk. We now have in the ring class 3. We're looking for Blake Kitzmiller, Sadie Funk, Emily Schellenberg, Brooke Taylor, and Colton Wetzel.
a pair that I maybe initially switched here in the market or previously in the Market Lamb show. But I think when we drop these ewes back out here in maybe a little bit different of a scenario, it's the blue sheep that fits me a little better in terms of a breeding piece. Love how smooth that one is from the side. I actually prefer her skeletal build just a nickel better. She's set back and more comfortable in her knee. She's one that just patterns incredibly well. I think that one's got a bright future ahead of her wherever she ends up. Take nothing away from the young man's ewe, and here in second, this one's incredibly raw and opened up at the top side of her skeleton. She's big shaped out of the back side of her shoulder. She's big and square in her upper hip, and you step in behind her, and she's got all the power you could ever want. For me, she's a little coarser there at the base of her shoulder blade. She's also one that wants to get a touch more upright in terms of the utilization of her knee, but that's still a nice one to go ahead and sit second. Young lady's ewe here in third has all the length, extension, and femininity you could ask for in one. Love how high this one ties out of the front side of its shoulder. Really athletic in terms of its forearm. Really square-built kind of sheep. Love how shallow this one is. For me, I'd just like to see this one a nickel more progressive in terms of its underline. I'd like to see her soften in terms of her body shape as she progresses on down the road. But still a nice sheep to go ahead and sit third. Here in fourth, really good pattern kind of sheep, really blends together neat from the side. For me, her neck sits a little lower out of the front side of her shoulder. She's maybe a little rounder in terms of her hip design, wants to camp that hind leg up under her ever so slightly. And then as we round out the class, really broad design kind of sheep. One, again, we just have to redesign how her front third is constructed, maybe open her up in her upper hip ever so slightly. Very nice class. Let's give these kids a big hand.
Class 3 results. First place went to Emily Schellenberg. Second to Blake Kitzmiller. Third to Brooke Taylor. Fourth to Colton Wetzel. And fifth to Sadie Funk. Now in Class 4, we're looking for Carmen Knotts, Dalton Fry, Blake Kitzmiller, and Sawyer Wilkins.
little bit smaller class of weather dams here, but I think top to bottom, this is probably one of the highest quality classes we've gone through today. I think 1 through 4 all have pieces that are incredibly unique, incredibly redeeming in terms of being a breeding piece, and I want to make sure I commend these guys for that. Young man that leads off with is just, I mean, this one from the side hits me incredibly hard. She balances incredibly well. I love the sweep to her underline. I think her front 1/3 is more than adequate, but where she's really, really unique is out of the back side of her shoulder. She's really big in her upper skeleton. She's really radical in terms of the curve and contour to her forerib, and she transitions that all the way back into a maternal yet stout kind of hip and pin set. Nice place to start. Commend that young man for bringing her out. Young ladies that comes out here in second is probably the next best designed one from my point of view. Again, love this one's front 1/3 set back in terms of its knee, athletic in terms of its forearm, smooth in terms of its blade shape, and yet is able to tie incredibly high out of the top side of her shoulder. She balances up plenty well enough for me, and I love the shape and curvature to her hock. She's incredibly smooth when you ask her to lead. You want to get critical of this one, she maybe just doesn't transition quite as smooth in terms of the top side of her skeleton. She's maybe not just perfect in terms of her upper hip. If we can jack her dock up, I think she'd be awfully, awfully competitive. Really, really neat blue sheep to go third here. One that is just absolutely cracked open out of the back side of its shoulder. It's got a big upstanding rack, really good loin edge, dynamic hip. Where I maybe get a little critical of this one is from the side. She wants to push out in her chest floor, pull her neck down and tie more out of the front side of her shoulder, and consequently she gets a bit more inverse in terms of how she proportions and balances from the side. I think if we can drop her flank, jack her front end up, that one will be absolutely lethal. And then as we round out the class, long neck, feminine kind of ewe that's got plenty of length and extension relative to the group ahead of it, just gets far too one-dimensional out of either end of its skeleton. I think this one with some fat, this one with some feed, could be a fun one to look at and breed on. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Class 4 results. Blake Kitzmiller first. Second, Carmen Knotts. Third, Sawyer Wilkins. Fourth, Dalton Fry. In Class 5, we're looking for Harley Barnes, Ella Warnes, Katie Kaiser, Paxton Miller, Callie Kaiser, Phoebe Pennell, Wyatt Bailey, and Laura Hayes.
When this class came out, I couldn't help but smile to myself because I think the top end of this class is absolutely incredible in my mind. And the one that I opted to land on isn't maybe the most extreme in my mind, but in terms of totals and just being a productive, really, really good kind of female to bring back to a herd, that one fits the bill. Love this one's forearm again. I think this one's front 1/3 is very, very neat. Love how she ties back, just so smooth and balanced in terms of her proportions. She's good enough in terms of the dimensions to her upper hip. She's plenty square as you step in behind her. Where I think this one's very, very good is when you study this one in motion. This one's angles and joints fit right. This one's incredibly comfortable in terms of how it handles its neck and spine. Like that one a great deal. Take nothing away from the young man's here in second. I talked about it early today. This thing is absolutely rugged and massive-footed. Love the way this one ties its front, or the base of its shoulder there around into its front 1/3. Really shallow kind of sheep that ties high and blends back with the right kind of proportions. Relative to my class winner, she's maybe just a nickel softer. She's not one that reads quite as feminine in terms of her type and kind, but she's certainly one that can go out and generate some elite weathers. Same can be said with the one here in third, one that's really big in terms of its pieces. Love this one's shoulder, love this one's neck set, love this one's forearm. Where I get a little critical on this one is just in terms of its transition points. Not quite as smooth as it transitions into the front side of its loin or how it hooks up into the front side of its hip. Also one that's maybe just a little bit rawer as it transitions from its hooks to its pins. I think as this one gets chubby, again, this one could be very good. Also, just like the corrector in terms of the structure and angle to her hock ever so slightly. Every once in a while, she'll want to lock it out just a nickel, but that's being critical of a good one to go third. It'll definitely be fun to see this group of 3 come out into for an overall weather. Take nothing away from the young ladies in fourth. Again, this one is just absolutely cool. As cool as you can make one when you prop this one up from the side. This thing is tall fronted. This thing is big in terms of its shape, round in terms of its rib. Where I get critical of this one is in motion. She wants to open at the base of her shoulder, drop out in her chest floor, and get a little higher in her spine. But nice one to go fourth. Then as we round out the class, some ewes that have some neat pieces. Young lady here in 5 is one that's, excuse me. Young lady that's here in 5 is just one that balances up again, really symmetrical from the side. Maybe isn't the most expressive in terms of her top shape, but I certainly don't think in this ewe deal that they have to be. I like her pattern. I like her skeleton. That's a good one to go ahead and go 6. Same can be said for the young man's here in 7th. Really good pattern kind of sheep, blends well from the side, rolls a little softer in her elbow pocket, not quite as descript at the top side of her skeleton, and when you study her from her hooks to her pins, she does want to funnel ever so slightly. Then as we round out the class, good design sheep. We just got to crack them open, maybe give them a shot more stifle, shot more curvature to their forerib to roll up any higher. Very good class. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Your Class 5 results: first, Laura Hayes; second, Paxton Miller; third, Phoebe Pennell; fourth, Ella Warnes; fifth, Callie Kaiser; sixth, Wyatt Bailey; seventh, Katie Kaiser; eighth, Harley Barnes; we now have Class 6 in the ring. We're looking at Callie Carpenter, Jocelyn Stewart, Holly Barnes, Elizabeth Witt, Tori Hebner.
little more challenging class where there isn't quite a class winner that runs out and grabs you and says, hey, I'm here to win. But that's okay. In my mind, the ewe that wins this particular class isn't one that suits me. Suits me incredibly well in terms of my type and kind. But when you put together totals and what makes a good, basic, fundamental female, that's what it takes. You know, she's really big and square out of the backside of her shoulder. I love the turn and curvature to her rib cage. You study her behind, she's big and square. And when you break down her structure, besides maybe being a nickel longer in terms of her blade shape, it's really hard to get critical on that one. She balances up well from the side, and I still think she ties high out of the top side of her skeleton, so that's a nice one to go ahead and win. Take nothing away from the young lady's white face influence, you here in second. One that is just really, really tall-fronted and almost elite in terms of its front 1/3 for a white one. With that being said, where I get challenged with this one is when you study this one's genuine shape. This one's packing quite a bit of chub and she's maybe a little rounder out of the top side of her shoulder and carries that all the way back. She's rounding her upper hip, maybe a little rounder in terms of the shape to her lower stifle, but still a nice breeding female, especially within her respective breed. Take nothing away from the young lady's ewe lamb here in third. This is one that I like quite a bit about. I love her front 1/3. I think her shoulder design is very, very good. And I think she's got a big square shape out of the backside of her shoulder. Where I get a little critical on this one is studying her in terms of her rear 1/3. That one gets way too vertical in terms of her hock. That one gets cut up in terms of the center portion of her twist. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as well from the side as the two ahead of her. And then as we round out the class, sheep that have some muscularity, sheep that have some generating potential for these individuals. We just got to make them a shot more unique in terms of their outward appearance to move up any higher in this respective class. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
The results on Class 6. First place went to Tori Hebner. Second to Holly Barnes. Third, Jocelyn Stewart. Fourth, to Callie Carpenter. And fifth, to Elizabeth Witt. Our last class in this division have one exhibitor, Tate Mullinax. We also have Phoebe Pownell in this class.
Really nice way to go ahead and end our Weather Dam show. Young ladies, you that leads off this particular class, I think, again, does so quite logically in my mind. Love this one's front 1/3. Love its blade. Love its neck attachment. Really big, upstanding shape out of the backside of her shoulder. And she's got the right kind of rib shape, contour, and sweep from the side that you like to see in a breeding female. Study this one behind. I think she's square in her upper hip. She's really square down low. Love the shape that she offers. You want to get a nickel critical on this one. She's maybe not perfect in terms of how she transitions out of the backside of her loin. She's maybe gets a nickel more vertical in terms of the utilization of her hock. But that, again, that's being awfully critical of a good one. It'll be fun to see how that one fits back in our drive. Take nothing away from the young man's ewe here in second. Again, one that has a tremendous amount of generating potential, especially as a brood ewe. This one's opened up out of either end of its skeleton. This thing's got a big old pig back laid in her, big old dynamic pin set as you step in behind her. Where you get critical on this one is just in terms of her structure. She wants to get way too upright in the angle to her hock. She gets a little lower and longer in terms of how she handles her blade. Again, it'll be fun to see how this one comes back and handles the drive. Let's give these individuals one last big round of applause.
In Class 7, first place went to Phoebe Panel, second to Tate Molinax. We now do our champion drive. We're looking for Ryan Foley, Bailey Hilton, Emily Schellenberg, Blake Kitzmiller, Laura Hayes, Tora Hebner, and Phoebe Pownell. Then in second place, you got Kylie Frankhauser, Gracelyn Moncrief, Blake Kitzmiller, Carmen Knotts, Paxton Miller, Holly Barnes, and Tate Molinax. In third, you've got Grace E. Hedrick, Brooke Taylor, Sawyer Wilkins, Phoebe Pownell, Jocelyn Stewart.
We dropped these Weather Dam class winners all the way down through in their respective classes out here, and I think they fit together incredibly well in terms of types and kinds. It's been an absolute blast to sort through these things. Each and every one of them represents some sort of quality within their own rights. I think each and every one of these are going to go back to their respective herds or flocks, or whatever you want to call them, and do big things and be elite females and to be elite generators of show lambs and show ewes for years to come. So that's incredibly exciting, and it's been an absolute pleasure to sort through them. Before I go out and show you my top 5, I'd be remiss if I didn't take the time to say a few comments. I'm going to try to keep it brief. I know you got a goat show to get on to after this. But again, I'd be remiss if I didn't take the time to just do my due diligence and say thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank the Appalachian Youth Livestock Showcase for having me out here. You know, it's been an absolute pleasure and an absolute privilege to not only work and evaluate your livestock, but also work with your youth. They've been tremendously pleasant to deal with, and they've been incredibly knowledgeable and incredibly talented in terms of what they do. So I thank you guys for granting me the privilege to come out here and interact with them. Second, I'd just like to thank everyone who took the time to put on this show, to gather that many sponsors up on the wall there, and to get this kind of thing put together. It takes some work, and that's maybe a little bit of an understatement. This is a massive undertaking. So if we could, I just want to take the time to just give one big round of applause for everyone who made this show possible and everyone who helped ringside all weekend long, because they are more than deserving. Last and not least, I just want to make a few comments to the exhibitors. With a lot of you guys ringside, again, as my buddy said at MLE last night, I'm awfully green in life. I'm a young kid, so there's nothing I can tell you out here that you guys probably don't already know. But what I will address to the exhibitors out here is just to take advantage of every moment while you're out here and while you're interacting within this industry. It's truly incredible, the connections you'll make and the people that you will meet and the things that you will get to do through doing this. So I encourage you to take every opportunity and to just really run with it. If you would have asked me 10 years ago if I would have ever imagined coming halfway across the country and judging with one of my best friends, Mr. Justin Tibbetts, who did the pig show yesterday and did a phenomenal job, I would have told you were crazy, because about 10 years ago, he was teaching me how to evaluate livestock and how to be a stockman at his own farm. So I thank him for allowing me to come along and join him on this great experience. But I guess what I leave you with is, as you're going through your careers, work hard, take every opportunity you possibly can, and cherish the memories that you'll make while doing it, because those are the things that you'll take with you for the rest of your lives. With that being said, let's give these kids one last big round of applause. They're deserving. I'm going to show you your top 5 ewes.
All right, now on our championship, your overall weather dam champion went to Laura Hayes. Overall reserve champion went to Paxton Miller. Third went to Bailey Hilton. Fourth, to Blake Kitzmiller. And fifth, to Phoebe Pownell. Well, I don't have that because we didn't have her on our sheet. The only place she could qualify This is our first class in senior showmanship. We're looking at Laura Hayes, Alexi Leonard, Megan Zipprich, Ella Warnes, Heather Hayes, Graceland Moncrief. It's the only class we have in seniors.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm awfully excited to be out here in West Virginia. I haven't been out here for any shows before, so certainly exciting on my end, but I think we had an awfully nice class to go ahead and get us started for the GOAT show today, and I think you can say it about any class at any show, but this was truly one that made it, that was certainly a challenge to sort through. I think all of them, top to bottom out here, are doing an awesome job, and at this level, at the senior level, it's kind of expected, but I truly think all of them are doing all those big things that we need to be covering and then some, but it comes down to some of those little details that end up sorting them out here, maybe how some of the goats are acting out here, but I think the young lady that's going to go ahead and start us off did an awesome job from the time she came into the ring till the time we placed them out here. I think every time I looked at that goat, everything was set where it needed to be. She knows how to get that goat positioned to just show off all of its good pieces and kind of hide some of those other things that we're not trying to show off as much. I really like just her positioning in terms of how she positions herself into the goat, in terms of that leg placement. I think that really just allows you to kind of cover up just enough of the front end, but not cover up too much of the goat. Really allows you to get the right kind of pressure to get the top line and just chest floor right in that goat. And then in terms of the head and neck positioning, I think she's doing the best job of them all out here, really just showing off that head and neck to the best of her abilities. In terms of all the basics, getting those feet set where they need to be, a good handle, I think she's doing all of those things. A very good showman to go ahead and start us off. I think the next few, like I said before, are again doing a lot of similar things to that. I think the young lady coming out here next is the one in the lineup that just most matches the one that's going to go ahead and start us off in terms of consistency. There was only one or two looks where maybe a foot wasn't exactly where it needed to be. Maybe that head and neck wasn't pushed back quite as much as we needed it to be. Again, very, very minor details out here that sort them. Again, I think she did a really good job just consistently knowing where I was at out here in the ring, getting the goat set up to where we need to be, getting those legs, getting the right kind of pressure, and I'm to get that top line and handle right. Another very nice showing out here. I think the next two in the lineup were just kind of a challenge. The goats are maybe just a touch more fidgety, and I think these two young ladies have different just styles out here, and that's what's gonna come out with different showmen with different personalities. But again, I think both of them are doing a very nice job. Young lady coming out here next maybe is one that's wanting to be a little more fidgety, wanting to step back and whatnot. But I think she does an awesome job just correcting the goat that's maybe not wanting to act the best out here. Knows when this one's getting a little too stretched out, how to quickly and efficiently fix that and get the goat back to where it needs to be. And when she gets this one propped up, I think it's exactly what we're looking for in terms of that head and neck placement, in terms of where it is, in terms of being stretched out, just the right amount of pressure. Another nice showman coming out here. Similarly, as we work down, one that maybe wasn't wanting to just be the best showmanship goat, but one that I think the biggest thing that kind of sorted her out here in this lineup, we're not getting quite enough pressure just to fix that top line. One that maybe just is a little too loose in its top line. We just need to be getting a little bit more drive out of that one more consistently. But again, I think when she gets this one set up, she knows exactly what we need to do. Just wanted to see it a little bit more consistent out here. But again, a very nice showman that knows what we need to be doing. The next two coming out here again, very good showman. Maybe ones that, again, not every look, we had everything right where it needed to be. Want to work on some of the head and neck placement, maybe just work on checking those feet a little bit more often. Young lady next out in the lineup certainly comes out with one that's young and maybe not quite as experienced as some of the other goats out here, but I think she's doing an awesome job. And when she gets this one stuck, it's what we're looking for. Just want to see it a little bit more consistently. Maybe work on the front leg placement every now and again. One that wants to be a little fidgety, just to work on just in terms of squaring those feet up and getting it as stretched out and as extended as we need it to be out here. Young lady's coming out next, maybe the most stubborn goat out here, whether we're propped up or in motion. Appreciate just how calm and comfortable she stayed out here. Really look for that when we have animals maybe not wanting to be showmanship animals, but I thought she did an awesome job as well. Again, just not quite as consistent in terms of getting that one where we needed it to be. Let's go ahead and give all these seniors a big round of applause.
In our GOAT senior showmanships, we have one class that automatically will qualify for the champion. So your champion showman was Heather Hayes. Your reserve champion showman was Ella Warnes. Your third place in this showmanship was Alexa Leonard. Fourth place is Laura Hayes. And fifth place was Graceland Moncrief. We'll now move into our intermediate. This is Class 2, Brenna Bischoff, Caitlin Johnson, Layla Myers, Dalton Fry, Kelby Rummer, Kinley Dahl. Our judge for this evening is Tara Humble, and she comes from Cambry, Illinois, where she grew up on the family's show goat and cattle operation, Humble Livestock. She had the opportunity to be involved in the industry through 4-H competitions and showing at all levels. Alongside showing, she assisted 4-H and FFA families across the country with all aspects of their show goat projects. Tara attended Lakeland College and Kansas State University, where she received a degree in animal science and competed on the livestock judging teams. She is currently working with ReproLogics, assisting families and breeders within the industry on the reproductive side. Give Tara a good welcome to West Virginia.
Well, I think we had another really good class coming out here. These three are going to go ahead and be coming back for that division, and we went ahead and talked about just a few things with these three over here. Again, I think a class that is full of a lot of really good showmen, and it's just some little details that we need to keep working on, especially with goats that are maybe just being a little bit more stubborn out here. But let's go ahead and put our hands together for all of these guys.
Returning from Class 2, Brenna Bischoff, Kelby Rummer, and Kinley Dahl. Now we're looking for Class 3. This is our second class of intermediates. We have Harley Oswood, Cole Wasser, Hunter Townsend, Ty Hebner, Ella Johnson, Maddie McClure.
Well, we grabbed another 3 that are going to go ahead and be coming out here momentarily, and we'll go ahead and discuss them a little bit more in depth then. And again, these 3 very minor little things, each of them just need to work on just one little thing in one area or another. And again, while they're small things, they definitely just make a big difference in terms of how the animal's presented and making them look their best. But let's go ahead and put our hands together again for these guys.
In Class 3 of our intermediates, staying in the ring for the championship should be Harley Oswood, Hunter Townsend, and Ty Hebner. And coming back from our Class 2 will be Brenna Bischoff, Kelby Rummer, and Kenley Dahl. That'll be the final drive for your intermediate showmanship.
Well, I think some awfully good showmen coming back out here that made it through their classes, through their heats, and like I said, within those, I think everyone that's been out here through the ring so far is doing a great job getting the job done, doing what we need to do, and again, it's little things that kind of end up sorting them, and I think that is certainly the case for these guys out here. I think the two young ladies up here on the top are ones that kind of separated themselves just from the fact that, again, like I've said, they're able to do it every time I'm looking over. We're almost always exactly where we need to be, and I think the young lady that's going to go ahead and start us off was the one that, again, was just the most consistent in getting those views that we need every time I look. Just has a really good ring presence out here, knowing where I'm at, knowing what needs to be done to get the goat to look the best when I am coming over to look. I think she does an awesome job in terms of getting all those basics done that we need to. Legs are where they need to be. We're getting that goat stretched out to the right amount, and we're getting the front end positioning awesome. I think she does a very, very nice job out here. Similarly, the young lady coming out here next, I think does an awesome, awesome job of getting that goat shown off. In terms of that head and neck, she's doing exactly what I'm looking for, up and out of them, back in it. In terms of getting that front end from there down, I think her leg positioning's awesome in terms of getting the goat from there back where it needs to be. Again, one that maybe just a few times wasn't exactly where we needed it. Maybe was just wanting to back out on her, get a little too stretched out. Maybe just wasn't getting those back legs exactly where we needed them to be. But I love just how cool, calm, and comfortable she is out here. Just a lot of natural presence from the showmanship side and ability to get that go exactly where we need it to be. Similarly, the young lady coming out here next, I love how calm and comfortable she is out here. Just goes to show that you're natural, just have that natural ability, just very comfortable. Certainly has worked with this one, and it just shows when you come out here and are able to work with an animal and just to make everything run smooth. Love how smooth she is in all of her transitions, whether we're transitioning to go onto the walk, off a front shot and back into them. I think everything's just very smooth with her, and I really appreciate that. Maybe just some minor adjustments to maybe where that head and neck needs to be, where we're positioning those front feet in that front end, but again, a small little detail separating her out into third. The three young men coming out here next, again, just one little detail in each of them that I'd just like to alter just to get them moving up here in this lineup, because again, I think we're all doing the big things that we need to be doing out here. Young man coming out here next in the lineup usually has everything set where we need it to be. I think that head and neck positioning's good. Maybe we don't have this one driving just to the quite amount. Sometimes we have this one going a little too hard. Maybe other times we don't have him driving enough. Just want to kind of work on finding that happy medium just to piece everything together a little bit better out here. But again, I think in terms of all the other things we need to be covering, he's doing an awesome job there. The two coming out here next, I think kind of similar things. Maybe don't always have just the right amount of pressure in these ones just to get those top lines where they need to be. I think in terms of getting those head and necks and their positioning, we're doing awesome. Just working on maybe some of that leg placement, how stretched out they are, and just that pressure a little bit more. But again, I think two that are doing an awesome job out here as well. Let's go ahead and give all these guys a big round of applause.
For your intermediate showmanship, your champion was Harley Oswald. Reserve champion, Kinley Dahl. Third, Brenna Bischoff. Fourth, Kelby Rumer. And fifth, Hunter Townsend. We now have two classes of juniors for our junior showmanship. First class was Class 4. Jake Griner, Lane Clark, Adeline Rumer, Kaylee Carpenter, Aubrey Welch, Garrett Nelson, Tay Hebner.
Another good division to start off with in this class, and like the others, we went ahead and talked about some little things, primarily over here, maybe just getting these guys to want to drive just a little bit more for them. Once we can get those goats pushing to where they need to be, a lot of other things kind of fall into line, and so, again, a small thing that I think will make a big difference, but again, I think they're doing a good job, and we'll go ahead and bring these three back on out here, but let's go ahead and put our hands together for them.
Returning from Class 4, Jake Greyer, Adlin Rumer, and Tia Havner. Class 5 now in our junior showmanship, Peyton Kistner, Eli Riley, Sawyer Wilkins, Emma Stemple, Allie Sanders, Jace Strasser, Waylon Wilkins.
Another nice class coming out here and some good showmen out here. And like we went ahead and talked through these guys and just some things that we can keep working on. Again, some of those basics, maybe getting those feet where we need, and maybe just some positioning, maybe just getting them to drive a little bit more, things that'll just help everything kind of come together a little bit better. But again, I think we're doing those big things that we need to. Just need to nitpick on a few of those other little things to keep moving forward. And these guys will go ahead and be coming back. But let's put our hands together for all of them.
From Class 5 in our junior showmanship, returning will be Peyton Kistner, Sawyer Wilkins, and Waylon Wilkins. They will join in the ring with with Jake Griner, Adeline Rumer, and Tia Hebner. This will be for our junior showmanship champion.
Well, another awesome division coming out here of those showmen that made it through those classes, and I think they came back out here and still did an awesome job out here, top to bottom. I think the young lady that's going to go ahead and start us off in this division, similar to some of those other divisions that we've talked about, those champions, those class winners, you're going to hear me say probably consistently and efficiently, if you haven't already, quite a few times, and I think that's just because it does encompass so many things. I think it encompasses getting the goat set up exactly where we need it to be. I think it just shows that we have experience, we have the ability to get it done, and we have the ability to do it just quickly yet very smoothly, and I think she does exactly that. I think those transitions, getting in and out of the goat, I think she does an awesome job. I think she's comfortable in all aspects, whether we're propped up from the side or set into motion. In terms of getting the goat set up from the side, I think she's positioned awesome up front, gets that head and neck where we need it to be, leg placement's awesome, and everything from there back. Maybe you have one that's just wanting to be a touch fidgety, but I think she does an awesome job correcting those things as needed in just a very comfortable fashion. I think an awfully nice showman to go ahead and get us started. I think the next two out here are both also doing an awesome job and doing a lot of those same things as well. Maybe just doing some little things that I'd like to change here and there, and primarily it's in that head and neck placement. I think we can get both of these just up and out of them and push back a touch better, just a little more consistently. I think the young man coming out here next maybe just had everything fit together a little bit better. More times when I looked over at this one, we were stretched out appropriately, legs were where they needed to be, and we were getting just enough drive out of this one to where it needed to be. And again, I think he's very comfortable out here. I think he's doing an awesome job and certainly just shows some experience as well. Another nice showman coming out here in second. Young lady coming out here next. Again, I think we're doing a lot of big things that we need to be doing and then some. Certainly a competitive division out here. Like I said, the biggest thing I think I want to work on is just some of that front end, just getting this one to drive just a little bit more up and into her, getting that head and neck just showed off a touch better. But everything else, I think she's doing an awesome job at. Very nice showman as well. As we continue on, these young men coming out here next, it's again some of those little details, and young lady, sorry. Maybe just getting those legs set just a little bit better and a little quicker every time I'm looking over. Maybe some leg placement just to get them to show off a little better. I think the young man coming out here next shows that one off extremely well and gets this goat set up where we need it in terms of that head and neck and in terms of the drive. Maybe just didn't have those feet and legs quite where we needed them every single time, and maybe just need to alter that leg placement just a touch more, just to kind of give it, just position it in the front end a little bit better, just to show off enough, but not too much. That's my biggest critique on him, but again, a nice job. And like I said, just some little things, working on some head and neck and working on some leg placement. But let's go ahead and put our hands together for them.
In our junior showmanship, your champion was Adeline Rumer. Reserve was Sawyer Wilkins. Junior, third was Tia Hebner. Fourth was Jake Griner. Fifth, Waylon Wilkins. We have one class of showmanship left. This is our Pee Wee showmanship. We're looking for Connor Nelson, Taylor Kistner, Jalen Rumer, Finley Clark, Cooper Welch, Gracie Hedrick.
Well, I think an awesome Pee Wee group coming out here, and I think Pee Wees have always been my favorite for showmanship, and it's obviously the starting point for a lot of them. And we had some first timers coming out here, and we've had some that said they've shown a bunch of times, and it's all about just getting out in the ring and just having that exposure and some time out here just to kind of get a gauge on things as we keep going forward and kind of working on those basics that we maybe expect from some of those older groups. That's where this is the time to kind of start working on those things, and I think all of them out here are doing an awesome job, again, doing what they need to, just getting out here and getting some experience and doing those things that we need to in terms of getting those goats set up. We went ahead and placed them through, and again, similar to other divisions, it kind of comes down to some of those little things that we need to just keep working on, and we already went through and kind of talked some details with all of them. These two young ladies up here on the top end, I think are just doing an awesome job, especially at this level in terms of those things that we've talked about, head and necks, getting them to push just enough, getting those legs set where we need them, and just coming out here very natural, very comfortable. They know what they need to be doing, and they're doing just that. I think they're doing an awesome job out here. The ones over here, again, we went through and talked about some little things. I think the biggest things that we need to keep working on at this stage is maybe just some positioning, just in terms of that leg placement, because it does certainly a very important thing. Just to be able to get the rest of the goat to put together. It not only allows you to get that front end where we need it, but just allows you to have a lot more control, especially when we're younger and maybe have some bigger goats out here. But again, I think an awesome group of kids. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all of them.
Our results on our Pee Wee showmanship, your champion went to Jalen Rummer, and your reserve champion went to Gracie Hedrick. Third then was Connor Nelson. Fourth was Taylor Kistner. Fifth was Finley Clark. And sixth was Cooper Welch. For those of you around that might need something to eat before you get out of here, Art is going to be here for one more hour up at the barbecue place, and then he's leaving. So you got 1 hour to get your evening meal. We're now going to the market goat show in the lightweight division. In the first class, we have a single entry, Graceland Moncrief.
Well, a nice single entry to go ahead and start off our market show. And I think even just standing alone out here, this one brings a lot of pieces to the table. And at this stage, at this weight, we kind of just need to be doing all those basics. And I think this one does exactly that. Just in terms of starting at the ground, stout and square built, and as you work your way up, I think this one's opened up enough through its chest, back into its rib to allow for enough muscle mass at this point. And then when you study this one from the side, I think everything fits together well. But I think a nice single entry to come out here if you'd go ahead and put your hands together for her.
In Class 1, Graceland will be returning. Class 2, we have in the ring now Allie Sanders, Peyton Kistner, Kinley Dahl, Harley Oswood.
Well, I think some more nice ones coming out here, and I think they kind of split into 2 and 2 just based off type and kind. And these top two, I think, just come out here a bit stouter, just a bit more power as a whole, and the other two down here maybe just come out here a bit more extended, a bit more elevated in their designs. But I think these guys, along with that power, are able to put it together with a neat look. The one that's going to go ahead and start us off comes out here in a more moderate package. I think with that, this one's still plenty extended, offers plenty of length of body. This one up front, I think, just hooks that neck and ties it neater into the top side of that shoulder. Maybe not as long and slim and as attractive about its neck as the one out here in second, but really appreciate how that one ties in there. Set better in its withers, and from there back, I think just a dead level design in terms of its top line. And then as you work your way down, I think everything from there just opened up through its rib cage and chest floor all the way down to a stout foot. I think everything fits together very nice in that one. Nice one to go ahead and start us off. As we work our way into second, like I said, I think this one certainly has some things that you can really tie into, and then I can also really appreciate. I think this young lady's doe, again, like I said, really attractive about that front 1/3, a long, slim neck. Maybe doesn't tie it again quite as neat at the base of that, at the base of its neck, top side of its shoulder. One that's maybe not just quite as elevated in that chest floor, but one that I think is just smoother transitioning from the side in terms of shoulder to forerib transition, offers a bit more extension, a bit more length of body, maybe not just offering quite as much in terms of that stoutness at the ground, not quite as much over its rack and loin, but again, I think one that has more than enough, still puts it together into a good design, a nice one to come out here in second. As we work our way down the lineup, like I said, love to see these ones supplied with just a little bit more in terms of some overall stoutness, rib shape, and muscle mass as a whole, but certainly do appreciate the young ladies coming out here offering some length of body, some height at the top side, some height through its neck and through its front end, but one that, again, need to see it a little bit more. Similarly, the red goat coming out here incredibly long-bodied, incredibly tall-fronted, and really lean and expressive about its muscle. Just need to see more of it. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all of them.
In her lightweight class 2, first went to Harley Oswood, second to Kinley Dahl, third to Allie Sanders, and fourth to Peyton Kistner. Now in class 3, we have coming in Ella Johnson, Taylor Kistner, Ella Warrens, Emma Stemple.
Well, another good class coming out here, and I think they all kind of fit into the spots they're at. We're going to go ahead and leave them as they stand, and I think they're all just some different types and kinds and shapes and sizes that come out here. But with that, I think the young ladies over here just comes out here and puts together the most complete package. When we study that one from the side, I think balance-wise, this one fits together extremely well. I think the front 1/3, everything's assembled neat. From there back, I think a very level, extended design. We go to the ground and everything's still square built. We're able to get out and go with plenty of flexibility and comfort. I think everything's fitting together well there from the balance standpoint. Get your hands on this one, super wide and square over its rack all the way back to its loin and out through its hip. Again, I think just the best balance of being able to combine that power with some look and overall design. Nice one to go ahead and start us off. As we work our way down here into second, one that comes out here in a bit more of a moderate patch, maybe a little bit deeper sided than I'd like to see, not quite in terms of its top line. One that I'd like to just stretch out a little bit to help with that balance. I think we're all right just in terms of some foot size, still coming in that moderate package. We're just not quite matching the overall look, overall power found in the one in first, but certainly still covering the basics, just not quite to the same extreme or same level as the one that's going to go ahead and start us off. As we work our way into third, certainly the most extended, just neatest one in terms of length of body. Really appreciate those things about this one. Wish everything fit together just a little bit better. Love to pick that one up in its chest floor, see its necktie higher out of the top side of that shoulder and level her out through that top line. And then most importantly, just see that one opened up through its center body, see it with a little bit more in terms of overall muscle mass. But again, one you can appreciate in some of those areas. As we work our way down the line, another one that I think you can really appreciate, just in terms of some of that added extension, being tall through its front 1/3 and being really level down that top line. But again, one that just really needs to be opened up, supplied with some more overall muscle as a whole. But let's go ahead and put our hands together for them.
In our class 3, first went to Ella Warnes, second went to Taylor Kishner, third went to Emma Stemple, and fourth went to Ella Johnson. Now for our champion of our lightweights, we need Graceland Moncrief, Harley Oswood, and Ella Warnes in first line. Second line, we need Kinley Dahl and Taylor Kishner. And in the third line, we need Allie Sanders and Emma Stemple. Portland out is getting ready to clear out. If you have one of their cups with their name on it, you can get a refill for $3, I'm sorry. And they have a whole pan of cinnamon roll for $10, and discounted pastries are left there. So please check them out in the lobby. They're getting ready to clear out.
Well, I think an awfully nice division that was put together amongst these three classes, and like we talked about in those classes, really just looking for something that is able to come out here and check all the boxes that we're looking for, just from the muscle stoutness standpoint, from some balance, and just in terms of some structural integrity. And I think all of them out here are doing those things for the most part, and some maybe just able to take some of those things a step further. Once we cover all of those things, certainly love being able to come out here with some added show ring presence, maybe just a little bit more unique in their look, just some of those extra flashy pieces, but of course we're making sure we're covering those basics as needed. But we're going to go ahead and grab a top five, and I think they come out here, and I think there's two that kind of rise to the top, one that fits into third pretty well, and then again fourth and fifth kind of fall into place as well. But let's go ahead and give all these exhibitors a big round of applause, and we'll go ahead and get that top five.
The results on your lightweight, we got a champion of Harley at Oswood, reserve of Ella Warrens, third, Kinley Dahl, fourth, Graceland Moncrief, and fifth, Taylor Kister. We now have medium weights in the ring. We have Connor Nelson, Eli Riley, Jake Griner, and Kinley Dahl. We have three classes in our medium weights.
This one's coming out here in this class, and I think these top two are certainly very, very different types and kinds with pieces, and each of them that you can really, really appreciate. And then some little things that you can pick on each of them for. The young ladies that's going to go ahead and start us off comes out here and's quick to hit you as the powerhouse, one that's extremely opened up from top to bottom, really wide constructed from top to bottom, and with that, just really appreciate this one's stoutness at the ground, how wide this one is through its chest floor, and how bold it is through that rib cage, just facilitating all the shape down its top and out through its leg, one that you can certainly appreciate from that standpoint. With that, I think when we study this one from the side, it still assembles a balanced look. This one's a lot neater about that breastplate and that chest floor. I think this one still ties its neck high on the top side of that shoulder, and I think everything proportions out well from there back. Set this one into motion, maybe one that gets a little bit tighter out of that hip and hind leg. Maybe you need to alter the set to that hind leg and see it get out and go with just a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more comfort. Maybe set that one back and its knee a touch as well. But in terms of just that power and still being able to pair it with a good look on the profile, I think a nice one to go ahead and start us off. One coming out here in second, certainly the unique one that really catches your eye, whether we're propped up from the side or set into motion. Maybe one just from that look area I'd like to alter in that chest floor, like I said. Maybe elevate it just a touch and really just set that breastplate back into them a little bit. But one when you study from the side from there back, I think has a lot of really neat pieces. Long, slim neck, ties on the top side of that shoulder, dead level in its top line from there back. Chest back, I think lower body progression's awesome, and set that one into motion. I think the structural integrity, just flexibility and comfort in motion really allows that one to just maintain the look that we have better than the class winner out here. Certainly one you appreciate just from that unique, harder to make pieces. One that I would like to see just supplied with a touch more in terms of some rib shape, and really to see with a touch more when we step behind this one to match the class winner, but certainly one that comes out here with enough and a lot of nice pieces out here in this one. A very nice one to go ahead and come out here in second. As we work into the next two in this class, I think ones that really just need supplied with some more power as a whole. I think they have some pieces as individuals. Young man's coming out next. I think really tall-fronted, long-necked, long-bodied. Love those things again. To see that one opened up, stoutened up, and more powerful as a whole. Similarly, the next one coming out here maybe just gets a touch deeper-sided, needs to be supplied with some more muscle. Do appreciate that one just being level in its top line. Still constructed all right in terms of its front one-third. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a big round of applause.
In our medium weight class 4, first went to Kinley Dahl, second Jake Griner, third Connor Nelson, fourth Eli Riley. In class 5, you have Caitlin Johnson, Garrett Nelson, Dalton Fry, Adeline Rumer, Heather Hayes, and Marley Evans.
I think some more nice ones coming out here in this class. And again, certainly some little differences up here on the top end. And I think amongst these top two, again, certainly some different kinds where you can really appreciate some different pieces. I think amongst these top three, they all come out here with more than enough in just terms of overall muscle mass. From there, we can kind of start setting some other pieces out here in the show ring. And the young ladies that's going to go ahead and start us off certainly hits me with the other pieces that I am looking for. In terms of that design and balance, when you study them from the side, this one's incredibly tall fronted with a really long, slim neck right there on the top side of its shoulder. And I think from there back, everything proportions out well. I'd love to see this one just a touch leveler out through that hip, maybe lay that jump muscle in just a touch, but I still think everything proportions out well from front to back. And then, like I said, I think this one comes out here plenty stout and opened up at the ground and through its rib cage, really fresh and expressive to the touch. Certainly the leanest amongst these top three, really appreciate that as well. I think one that's able to come out here with more than enough in terms of overall muscle and stoutness, still pair it with the neatest design out here. Certainly a nice one to start us off. One coming out here in second is one that I'd say is kind of one of those that's hard to pick any major holes in, really gets the complete label, but with that isn't taking some of those things to the same extreme as our class winner. I think this one's a good balanced one that comes out here with enough in terms of muscle, is able to get around the ring with enough comfort, checks all of those boxes, just maybe not quite as out there in terms of its overall look, not as neat about its head and neck, gets out here a little bit thicker hided and shorter about its neck, maybe not as picked up and elevated in that chest floor. But again, I think this one has a lot of really nice pieces and comes out here in a very complete package. Just want to see it take it a step further in some of those pieces, just be a little bit more unique about its front 1/3 to run with that one starting us off. But a very nice one to come out here in second. One coming out here in third's another one I think can be labeled just a really basic kind of market goat out here. This one's big-footed at the ground and stout. Work your way up. This one's opened up enough to facilitate and supply enough in terms of muscle shape down its top. So when we study this one from the side, whether we're in motion or from the side, gets a little bit off behind that shoulder, doesn't want to piece together quite as well as I'd like to see it, just gets a little bit deeper sided. One that I'd like to alter from that balance standpoint. But again, in terms of covering those market basics and market fundamentals, we're certainly doing exactly that. Certainly one that's doing all those big things that we need to do. As we continue on down the line, I think the young lady's coming out here next. I think this one from the side has a lot of pieces that you can appreciate. Study that one through the front 1/3, really think it's attractive there. Really tight hide, it offers a long slim neck, still really smooth in its transition from shoulder to forearm. With that, need to see that one bolder and more open about its rib shape to allow for more shape out of that rack, all the way back through its loin. But one again, when you study from the side, whether we're stopped and propped up or set into motion, I think is a nice one. Just need to open that one up and then supply it with a little bit more. Young man's coming out here next. Another one I'd label as just the basic kind that's doing most of those things that we need to be doing. Maybe just not to the same degree, same level. Certainly some things that I'd like to alter as well. I think in terms of some stoutness, some skeletal width, and that one's doing a lot of good things there. As we work up, one that I think still proportions out, puts together a balanced enough look. Maybe not a neat look, but a balanced look. This one maybe is just coming out here with a little bit more, just in terms of condition, some finish that I'd like to see. Like to see that one supplied with just a bit more muscle, freshen that one up a touch as well. As we continue on down the lineup, another one from the side, has some balance pieces that you can appreciate. Need to see that one stoutened up, opened up, and just a bit more powerful as well. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all of them in that class.
In Class 5, medium weight results. First, Adeline Rumer. Second, Heather Hayes. Third, Dalton Fry. Fourth, Marley Evans. Fifth, Garrett Nelson. And sixth, Caitlin Johnson. Here's our medium, got a Class 6 in the medium weights. This is our last class. Laura Hayes, Lane Clark, Aubrey Welch, Kaylee Carpenter, Maddie McClure, Jace Strauser.
nice class out here, and similar to those others, I think, again, some differences amongst them, but I think the place to start is certainly with this young lady up here. I think this one comes out here and certainly has some of those ESTs in every area. I think this one's just incredibly opened up through its rib cage, allowing for its shape. Lay your hands on this one. Love how wide and square it is over its top. Really consistent in its handle. Really lean and expressive with that. Really think this one just best combines some lean overall shape with more than enough in terms of it. And then when we step off to the side of this one, I think in terms of everything piecing together, it's incredibly smooth in terms of that. Everything balances out, proportions out from the side. Long, slim neck, ties on the top side of that shoulder. I like how elevated that one is in its chest floor. And again, from there back, really opened up in that rib cage. Maybe that one that gets a touch rounder out through that hip comes with a touch extra set to that hind leg. But certainly some small details out here. I think one that certainly is starting off our class fairly easily. I think the one coming out here next, certainly one that I'd like to maybe just see freshen, or one that comes out here and is fresher than some of the ones following it up. Really like just the added expression and added leanness. One that comes out here really extended and long body, tall through its front 1/3. I think from the side, this one fits together well. Not matching that overall just stoutness, skeletal width of the one that's starting us off. But again, I think one that still offers a lot of nice pieces as well. Young man's down there that's coming out here next, kind of on the opposite spectrum of things. One that's maybe coming out here, and I'd love to see that one a bit fresher, a bit more expressive about its muscle shape. Because at the ground, I think that one reads with a lot of overall just skeletal width, stoutness, and foot size. As you work your way up really wide through its chest floor, it's just when you lay your hands on that one, maybe coming out here with a bit much, doesn't meet your hand quite as square, quite as expressive. But again, one that I think still is able to check a lot of boxes, maybe just not to the same degree in terms of some balance or in terms of just some overall look and from the side, but again, a nice one as well. And as we continue on down the lineup, I think ones that similar in other classes needed to see these ones supplied with a little bit more, see everything fit together a little bit better when we study them from the side. But let's go ahead and put our hands together again for this class.
In Class 6 are your results in your medium weight. First place went to Laura Hayes. Second, Elaine Clark. Third, Jay Strasser. Fourth, Aubrey Welch. Fifth, Kaylee Carpenter. And sixth, Maddie McClure. Now coming back for our medium weight champion. In the first place, Kinley Dahl, Adeline Rumer, Laura Hayes. In second place, Jake Griner, Heather Hayes, Lane Clark. And in third, Connor Nelson, Dalton Fry, Jay Strasser. At the conclusion of the Market Goat Show here, you need to make sure you come and sign the sign-out sheets at the table. At the conclusion of our Market Goat Show, you need to come by and sign out at the table.
Another awesome division coming out here, and when it's a bit of a challenge out here, I think that certainly speaks to the quality coming out here, and like we discussed in the classes, I think kind of the first and seconds in these classes kind of rose fairly easily, and there was some discussion in my head about kind of some of those. I think they got a little close here and there, but I think when you bring them all out here, like we said in a few of those, they certainly are coming out here offering some different types and kinds and shapes and sizes. And again, like we talked about in the lightweight division, making sure we're covering those bases just in terms of some of that just stoutness, muscle mass, and balance, and structural integrity. And again, I think they all come out here and are able to check all of those off to a certain degree, and some able to take certain areas further than others. But I think there's some nice ones that come out here and some things that I'd like to alter in each and every one of them, but certainly some pieces that stand out in each and every one of them. I think there's one that comes out here, and despite some of those little things I'd like to alter, comes out here and hits you hard in multiple areas, from that unique design to some added shape and expression of muscle. I think one that, again, just checks all the boxes and then some. I think there's a reserve that falls in pretty quick behind that one. Again, just in terms of being able to come out here in a complete package, still able to put together some unique pieces and some unique look without sacrificing some overall balance. One that maybe isn't quite where I want to see it in terms of some structural integrity. Gets a little bit tighter, not quite as just flexible. And as we work our way into third, fourth, and fifth, again, I think I'll just kind of fall into line, able to check the boxes, maybe not taking them to the same extreme, same degree as the Grand and Reserve. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all these exhibitors again.
Our champions end up this way in our medium weight. Adeline Rumor, champion. Kinley Dahl, reserve. Heather Hayes, third. Laura Hayes, fourth. Jake Griner, fifth. Currently, we have in the ring, we have two classes of heavyweights. Our first class in the ring is Class 7. Jay Strasser, Megan Zippich, Hunter Townsend, Kelby Rumor, Alexa Leonard.
some nice ones getting into these heavier weights. And like we've talked about in terms of, in my head, checking off some boxes, making sure we're covering all the fundamentals that we need to. As we start getting into these heavier weights, really making sure they're on track in terms of just some overall finish, in terms of complementing their muscle mass, and certainly another box to check off when we're at these heavier weights. And I think the one that's going to go ahead and start us off certainly comes out here and is clearly just the most expressive in terms of its muscle shape. This one certainly has the handling quality that I'm looking for from the outside. Maybe wasn't expecting it, but lay your hands on this one. I think really just opened up and square in terms of its rack shape all the way back through its loin. One, when you study from this side, I think also offers some neater pieces in terms of its front 1/3, more extended, tall, certainly more elevated at the base of its chest. From there back, maybe wants to get a little off behind that shoulder, a bit shorter and rounder out through that hip. Would love to also alter in those areas. But again, in terms of being able to come out here incredibly round-ribbed, incredibly muscular and lean about it, and then still put it together with some neat pieces that when she gets into this one fit together extremely well. I think a nice class runner to start us off. One coming out here in second maybe hits you with the more complete look out here. One that, again, maybe is harder to pick some holes in, but maybe not take anything to the same extreme. One that's certainly still acceptable in terms of its just overall finish. One that maybe isn't just, again, quite as lean, quite as expressive when you lay your hands on this one. One when you study especially through that front, I'd love to elevate it in its chest floor a touch, see it a bit neater about its head and neck. From there back, I think everything proportions and balances extremely well. Maybe not just the most out there when you study this one from the side, but again, checking those basics that we need to be doing. Puts together a balanced enough look and comes out here with more than enough in terms of overall muscle shape. Just not quite taking it to the next level in terms of some of those more unique pieces. But again, one that's certainly doing a lot of good things out here. As we continue on down the line, one that again I think comes out here more than enough in terms of some stoutness, in terms of some muscle shape. When you study that one from the side, just gets a bit plainer about that head and neck, certainly deeper about that chest floor, then just wants to be a little bit more concaved about that forerib, and just be a little inverted in the underline. Just want to alter that one in terms of some balance pieces from the side, but one that again certainly has the stoutness and overall muscularity that we need. The design goat certainly comes out here next in this paint goat. I think from the side, that one has a lot of really nice pieces. Love that one in terms of its front 1/3. Awesome about its head and neck. Good in terms of its chest floor and being smooth in transitioning from the side. I think when she has that one propped up as well, everything's really level about its design and extended. Just need to see this one freshened up a touch, a bit more expressive about its shape. Would also maybe just like to see it supplied with a little bit more. But from the side, certainly one you can appreciate a lot of pieces in. As we continue on down the line, again, one that I just need to see freshened up a bit. Certainly comes out here with plenty of body, plenty of just overall mass, just maybe not quite as fresh as I'd like to see out here. Like this one in terms of its moderate package, because at the ground it certainly offers plenty of skeletal width. One that, again, just isn't quite taking it to the same extremes in terms of some balance and overall muscularity. But let's go ahead and give all of these guys a big round of applause.
In our first class, the heavyweights, Class 7, first place went to Lexi Leonard, second, Kelby Rumor, third, Hunter Townsend, fourth, Megan Ziprich, and fifth, Jace Strauser. Class 8, our heavyweights coming in, Lane Clark, Cole Blosser, Aubrey Welch. Portland Coffee says they still got 12 baked goods for $15. If somebody wants them, slip by there real quick. 12 baked goods.
Well, a nice class of these heavyweights out here, and again, we're getting into these heavier, more mature weights out here, and certainly coming out here with a bit more just in terms of some condition and some finish, and with that, I think all these out here could be freshened up a touch, but the young man's over here that's going to go ahead and start us off. Aside from just being a bit leaner to the touch relative to the other two, I think this one's still one that's able to come out here and best combine some overall stoutness and muscularity with a neat look when you study this one from the side. Certainly some pieces I'd still like to pick on. This one right there behind holder wants to get a little bit off, maybe just a touch more pronounced about that breastplate. But again, I still think this one's able to come out here, put together a proportional balanced look when we study this one from the side. Get your hands on this one. I think plenty opened up and then still just plenty expressive to the touch. As we set this one into motion, I think this one really separates itself. Not many goats at this age or this weight are prancing around the ring like this one. Really flexible, really comfortable in motion. Really appreciate that about that one. Again, I think this one combines a lot of things into one package. Young lady over here on the other end, I think is one that comes out here, another basic kind of goat. Comes out here with enough foot size and stoutness, opened up enough, and then still comes out here with plenty of just overall mass. Love to see that one just freshened up a bit. One that's maybe getting a little bit deeper sided with some of that added finish. Maybe just one that's not quite as just unique in terms of its look. Maybe just a bit plainer when we get out here. But again, I think one that's still covering those basics that we need to. Just a few things I'd like to pick that on that one for. As we continue on down the line, the red goat coming out here, certainly a bit leaner. One that comes out here really elevated in its design and extended. Love to see this one stout up and supplied with some more skeletal width and just overall muscle mass as a whole. But I think three nice ones that came out here, if you'd go ahead and put your hands together for them.
In our Class 8, the results are first, Lane Clark, second, Aubrey Welch, third, Cole Blosser. Now to come back in for our heavyweight champion, we need Alexi Leonard and Lane Clark. And then we need Kelby Rumer and Aubrey Welch. And then we need Hunter Townsend and Cole Blosser.
Well, we may have only had two classes coming out here for this heavyweight division, but as we talked about within them, I think all these goats that came out here and are out here for this division are certainly ones that are covering the majority of the big things that we need to be doing out here. I think there's some that are still, again, able to take some of those things to the next level, come out here with a little bit more ring presence. I think these two up here on the front end are doing exactly those things, checking those boxes, still offering a bit more. And as we work our way into the seconds, again, as we talked in classes, maybe ones that you just want to alter a few more things in. But again, I think we had a really nice division out here. I think, again, there's one that stands out in this division for checking the most boxes, getting that complete label, but then again, still coming out here and being able to offer plenty of just structural integrity and comfort and flexibility in motion, put it together with a good look, whether we're propped up on the profile or, again, set into motion. I think the one that follows mirrors a lot of those things. Again, maybe not to the same degree and same level. And as we work our way into third, I think, again, just kind of that basic kind of complete goat coming out here. Nothing just too flashy, but not a whole lot of pieces to pick on. Similarly with the one out here in fourth and fifth. But we'll go ahead and grab another 5 for this division if you'd go ahead and put your hands together for them.
In the heavyweight division, your champion went to Alexi Leonard. Your reserve went to Lane Clark. Third place went to Kelby Rumor. Fourth place to Hunter Townsend. And fifth place to Aubrey Welch. Now we currently have in the ring the champions of each division, reserves, and the thirds.
Well, it has certainly been an awesome market show out here, and I think the goats coming back out here certainly represent and stand for exactly that, and just the quality that's been through the ring out here so far. And aside from the goats, I think it's been an awesome show in itself so far, and being not too far out of the ring from being a showman, being a breeder that helps other families, and then having the opportunity the past few years to also be a judge, I've certainly gained a big appreciation for just shows and the people that help run them, and when they are ran well, because it's certainly a lot of work behind the scenes, and it makes everyone, no matter what direction you're coming from to the shows, really just be able to have an enjoyable time and do the things that we're coming here to do when we come to shows, which certainly is obviously some competition, but all the other things that come along with being able to come out and show some livestock, being able to make those memories, make new friends and peers that you're probably going to have for the rest of your life, and be able to use as resources and just help along the way. But I think, again, the people helping run these shows certainly make all the things happen and allow us to be able to come in and all do our different jobs out here when we come to these shows. And again, certainly we're out here coming to compete, but there's a lot more than just that. Certainly here to come and teach the youth exactly what we need to be doing as we continue on in life, just responsibility to some work ethic, and then still how to win and lose. But again, I think it's been an awesome show so far with this market show, but let's go ahead and give all the exhibitors that have been out here to the ring a big round of applause.
Okay, your overall champion went to Harley Oswood. The overall reserve went to Ella Warrens. Third place went to Adeline Rumer. Fourth place went to Kenley Dahl, and fifth place went to Kenley Dahl. Remember, you got to sign out now the market goat show's over and get your paperwork completed. We're now moving to the Weather Doe class. We have one entry in Class 1, Waylon Wilkins.
Well, a nice single entry out here that apparently just scared off all the competition, but again, standing alone out here, I think an awfully nice one that puts together a lot of pieces, especially just at this age right now. I think we're doing a lot of really good things just in terms of being able to combine some structural integrity, some balance from the side, and then still come out here with enough in terms of overall rib shape, some muscularity, and some stoutness. Again, I think a lot of good things all coming into one package. Let's go ahead and give him a big round of applause.
Waylon Wilkins won Class 1. We now have Class 2, Lakina Evans, Kinley Dahl, Harley Oswood, Hunter Townsend.
I think an awfully nice class from top to bottom, and I think all 4 females that come out here are certainly doing the things they need to do as females, and all come out here with maternal enough in their look, and then again, from there we can start looking at some of the other things. And again, I think all of them out here are doing those big things, but from there, I think the one that's going to go ahead and start us off is one that's quick to just grab your attention for a lot of different reasons and in a lot of different areas. I think when this one's study from the side, propped up, set in motion, again, a lot of really unique pieces that come out of this one that grab your attention. Really neat through that front 1/3. I think everything from there back proportions out well, and that's certainly maintained in motion. And then study this one from top to bottom. Really a lot of skeletal width at the ground, big-footed. Work your way up, certainly matches that with plenty of rib shape and overall muscularity. I think a nice one to go ahead and get us started. One coming out here in second, certainly the one that comes out here just in a little bit more of a boxy type. One that has a lot of just overall stoutness and a lot of width from top to bottom. Really just overwhelming in terms of overall muscularity, and you love all of those things. I think this one still puts together a balanced look and proportional look when we study it from the side. Maybe not just quite as intriguing, quite as unique in its look, but certainly still proportional, still balanced when we study this one from the side. Love to see that one just a touch longer out through that hip. But again, a lot of nice pieces in this female out here as well. One coming out here in third's kind of opposite of this one out here in second. The really extended, really elevated one that I think from the side offers a neat design. I think everything just kind of grabs your attention, similar to the one that starts us off. With that, I think I'd just like to see everything fit together just a touch better. One that's maybe not just quite as smooth in that transition from shoulder to forearm. Wants to get a little bit easier in that top line, but certainly one that you do appreciate for that elevated design, that length of body, ability to maintain it in motion, still come out here with enough in terms of overall power. Just like to see it all hooked together just a touch better. And as we continue on down the lineup, certainly a tough class because this young lady's doe coming out here next is still an awfully nice one with some pieces to really appreciate. Love how big-footed this one is, and I think study that one from the side. Everything's really smooth from the side. Really another proportional one that I'd call balanced and put a balanced label on. Again, maybe not taking it to the same extreme as some of those others just out here in the show ring. Love to see this one just maybe a bit more unique in its look, maybe just a bit more out there, but certainly one that's covering all those big things that we need to be doing. Let's go ahead and give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
In Class 2, first place went to Kinley Dahl, second to Hunter Townsend, third to Harley Oswood, and fourth to McKenna Evans. Our Class 3 coming in the ring, Brenna Bischoff, Alexa Leonard, and Marley Evans.
Well, I think three nice females coming out here in this class, and while there might only be three of them, I still think there's some quality out here in this class, and each and every one of them, some pieces to appreciate each and every one of them. The young lady in the blue is going to go ahead and start us off, and I think this one, again, similar to other classes, is the one that's able to come out here and earn that complete label, but still be able to take it a step further in those areas. I think study this one from the side. A lot of things just pop out at you and grab your attention. Study her through her front 1/3. Awfully neat there. Love how neat and clean she is at her chest floor while still being elevated there. Work your way up. Has a nice head and neck attachment into the top side of that shoulder. As you work your way back from the balance standpoint, I think everything proportions out really well and fits together extremely well. Love how level she is in her top line and love her lower body progression, just to put together a really balanced look from the side. When you get on top of her or behind her, super opened up in terms of her rib shape, offers a lot of muscularity from up high and behind. And then again, I still think one that's able to maintain all of those pieces when we set this one into motion. I think a lot of nice things coming out here in that one. One coming out here in second, I think, is very similar type in kind and similar to other classes and other divisions. One that's maybe not quite matching them to the same degree and same level. Certainly one that comes out here stout, muscular, and balanced from the side, just not to the same degree as our class winner. I'd like to see this one just a bit leveler and longer out through her hip, just a bit neater at the base of her neck. See it just tie a bit neater and higher there. Maybe just clean her up in terms of that chest floor. But again, I think there's a lot of really nice pieces in that female as well. Checks a lot of those boxes, just not quite to the same degree as the one that's going to go ahead and start us off. As we work our way into third, maybe not quite just the same kind of presence out here in the show ring as those two that are going to go ahead and start us off. But in terms of the female maternal fundamentals, I think this one's certainly still able to come out here and do exactly those things, similar to the one in second, maybe not taking the overall power or overall balance and look to the same degree. But again, we're coming out here, we're putting together enough in terms of some muscularity, some balance, and some structural integrity. Still a nice female for this young lady. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all of them.
In Class 3, your results are Brenna Bischoff first, Alexi Leonard second, Marley Evans third. Our Class 4 of our Weather Dam Doe class is Sawyer Wilkins and Laura Hayes. I've been asked to announce the top 5 market goats need to be in the arena for pictures. Top 5 market goats.
Well, 2 awfully nice does coming out here in this class, and I think it's awfully close between the 2 of them because there are some give and take between each of them out here. I think the young man's comes out here and you can really appreciate for being able to get around the ring with a little bit more flexibility and comfort. from the side. I think it's more attractive about its angles down to the ground. Young lady's paint over here, I think, comes out here a bit more opened up through its rib cage, offers a bit more shape down that top. And one that I think is a bit neater about that front 1/3, specifically in its chest floor. Young man's going to go ahead and start us off in this class. And just in terms of that structural integrity I discussed, I really think this one's able to maintain a more balanced look because of it. Gets around the ring with a lot more just comfort and flexibility. And then when we stop and prop this one up from the side, I do think this one's a bit plainer at the base of its chest. But aside from that, I think from the side, this one balances out extremely well, proportions out very well, and then still comes out here with more than enough in terms of some stoutness and overall power. I think a nice one to start us off. Young lady's coming out here in second again. I think an awfully nice one with a lot of really nice pieces. Wish this one was just more attractive about the build to its hip and hind leg. Wish it utilized it with just a little bit more comfort and flexibility. But I think this is one that you can really appreciate for some of those look pieces, especially in the front 2/3 of this one. Being able to still combine that with so much stoutness and so much overall power. Let's go ahead and give those two a big round of applause.
In our Class 4, first place went to Sawyer Wilkins, second place to Laura Hayes. We now pick our overall in our Weather Dam Doe class for championship. We're looking for Waylon Wilkins, Kinley Dahl, Brenna Bischoff, Sawyer Wilkins. In second, we're looking for Hunter Townsend, Alexi Leonard, and Laura Hayes. In third, Harley Oswood and Marley Evans.
Well, it's been an awesome show to come out to, and I think through showmanship, through the market show, and now through the doe show, I think all of them came out here and There were some great kids to work with. I think the stock have been great. Certainly some quality that's been out here through the ring. And again, I think these ones that came back out here certainly represent exactly that. And being a little bit more challenging again, I think certainly in my mind stands for the quality that comes out here. I do think we have some different types and kinds, but with that you can kind of start picking through them and start picking on kind of, I guess, your kind. And I don't know if I'd exactly say that I just have a type and kind that I'm always after, but I'm sure as all of you can pick up on, I do want to cover all those fundamentals and basics that they need to be doing. And from there, I do like them to come out here and look a little more unique, look a little bit more harder to make. And I think especially on the female side that I stand with that. But I think it's been an awesome, awesome show. I'm certainly excited to have been able to come out here. I think it's been ran awesome. And again, I think everyone that's been out here through the show ring's been awesome to work with. Let's go ahead and give everyone behind the scenes running the show and then all the exhibitors and families a big round of applause one last time.
Your final results and your overall champion in your Weather Doe show. Kinley Dahl was your champion. Your reserve was Brenna Bischoff. Your third was Sawyer Wilkins. Fourth was Laura Hayes. And fifth was Hunter Townsend.